Sound check, sound check, sound check.
Are we live? I would like to call this meeting of the Emergency and Community Services Committee to order. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. Other individuals in the media may also be audibly and/or visually recording this meeting. All electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. Members are reminded of the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during this meeting. Members can submit another request to speak if they require more time to ask questions or to make comments. Please note, quorum is present. The first order of business is the nomination for the position of Chair of the Emergency and Community Services Committee for 2022 to 2023. May I have any nominations? Councillor Nan?
Thank you, Elsie. I would like to nominate Councillor Clark.
Councillor Clark, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, Clerk.
Was that a yes? Yes, Councillor Clark accepts the nomination. Is there a seconder for the nomination? Councillor Huang? Are there any additional nominations? Seeing none, may I please have a mover and a seconder to appoint Councillor Clark as the Chair of the Chair of the Emergency and Community Services Committee for 2022-2023. Councillor Nan, moved by Councillor Nan and seconded by Councillor Huang. Thank you. I will open the vote. And that is carried unanimously. Councillor Clark, would you please take the chair?
Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
There are, Councillor Clark, but we still have to appoint a vice chair.
Oh, I haven't got there yet.
So you can go to page 4 of your roadmap, please.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. May I please have nominations for the position of Vice Chair of the Emergency and Community Services Committee for 2022 to 2023? Nobody wants the job?
I will nominate Councillor Huang to be the vice chair.
Seconder? Councillor Alex Wilson. Thank you. I'm not laughing at you, Councillor. We're just laughing at nobody wanted to give. We'll call a vote, please. Oh, are there any other nominations? She has no choice now.
Yes.
Seeing that there are no further nominations, I need a move and a seconder to appoint Councillor Wang as the Vice Chair for the Emergency Community Services Committee for 2022 to 2023. That's moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. We'll have the vote on that, please. The vote is up. And that carried 6-0. Now, Clerk, I would appreciate, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there are a number of changes to the agenda. We have changes to item 6, delegation requests. Delegation request item 6.1 from Medora Upel from the YWCA Hamilton respecting housing and homelessness for women and gender diverse people. Was originally for a future meeting, but it is being changed for today's meeting. We have under item 6.2, request for capital as well as operational funding spread over 3 years for Tiny Homes Project, a program to provide tiny warm cabins for those experiencing homelessness in our city for today's meeting. Item 6.2A from Julia Colick has been withdrawn, and Julia will delegate with Daniel Bednes at 6.2C. We also have the addition of more delegations from Brenda Duke, Gibson and Lansdale area, Community Planning Team, Scott Gervais, Madeline Mandy Ann Lothian Smith from We Are Ward 3-2, Michael Pasquale, Marianne McNanny, Amber Ross, and Tanya Clemente. Then we also have added delegation request 6.3 from Jean L. Fair regarding putting so many social services in Ward 3 when the problems are spread throughout the city to varying degrees, and that is for today's meeting. Under item 8, presentations and staff presentations, we have added item 8.2, Housing Sustainability and Investment Roadmap Update, Report HSC 2020-053, FCS 22087, PED 22212, citywide. And item 8.3, the 2022 annual report from the Hamilton Veterans Committee is to be deferred. Then under item 11, discussion items, we have 11.3, the 2023 budget submission from the Housing and Homelessness Advisory Committee. Report HSC 22056 citywide is being withdrawn. Added item 11.4, Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters proposal, report HSC 22015A citywide, and item 11.5, Hamilton Veterans Committee 2023 budget submission, PED 22210 citywide. That is all.
Thank you very much. I need a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended, moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson. Is there any discussion on the amended agenda? Seeing none, we'll call the question, please.
Councillor Nan. Councillor Nan, are you able to vote?
Thank you, Councillor. And that vote carried 6-0. Councillors, are there any declarations of interest today? Seeing none, let's move on to the approval of the minutes of the previous meeting, item 4.1 in our agenda, September 22nd, 2022. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the minutes of the September 22nd, 2022 meeting? Moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Wang. Thank you. Any discussion on the approval of the minutes? Seeing none, then we'll call the question, please. The vote is up, councillors. Thank you, and that motion carried 6-0. We are now moving on to delegation requests. We have 6.1 through to 6.3. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the delegation requests for today's meeting? Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Nan. Any discussion on the delegation requests? Seeing none, we'll call the vote, please. And the vote carried 6-0. Thank you. I'm just wrestling with my e-scribe here. And delegations. Item 7.1 is Medora Upal, YWCA, Hamilton, respecting housing and homelessness for women and gender diverse people. I'd like to call upon Medora. Thank you. Come on down. It's good seeing you again. When you're ready to go, let me know and I'll start the 5 minutes for you.
Okay. Can I put the PowerPoint in here or not? It's already up?
It's a good idea.
Okay, I'm ready. Thank you for having me today. I'm Medora Upal, the CEO for YWCA Hamilton, and I'd like to talk today about the case for transitional housing for women and women with children in our community. As you know, we have a crisis of homelessness in Hamilton and a crisis specifically around women's housing and homelessness. And I just want to paint a picture for you of what we've been dealing with. So Carol Ann's Place is the emergency overflow service for women who have nowhere to go at night. And since the pandemic, on March 2020 till now, we've seen 730 women come to our doors seeking shelter. And this reflects a really troubling number because the number of unique individuals continuing to come is growing month by month. And we know that the violence against women's shelters and other women's shelters in the community are facing enormous pressures. They're housing children and women in boardrooms and offices because there's nowhere to go, not just in Hamilton, but across the province. There's serious safety issues they're dealing with, as well as the ongoing results of homelessness. Earlier this year, there were over 140 families staying in hotels who were homeless. Most of those families were women-led families with nowhere to go. And those hotels are offline now, while we still have some available, nowhere near what we had earlier in the pandemic. And so the crisis in front of us is quite significant. And keep in mind throughout this that the COVID one-time emergency funding that we've been seeing is drying up. So this is why for us at YWCA, transitional housing is such an important investment for the city to continue. And keep in mind that transitional housing is understood across the country as a critical piece and response to homelessness in our communities. The federal government is funding major investments into transitional housing. The provincial government is working on a supportive housing plan right now that includes transitional housing for women and children. The local Women's Housing Planning Collaborative has identified transitional housing as a key response to homelessness. And Hamilton is Home has included these transitional housing beds into its affordable housing projects. But currently we have a very serious funding gap in the transitional housing formula. So YWCA is receiving less than $10,000 per bed annually for the 65 beds we provide over at McNabb. And that gap is so significant when we compare it to other similar types of programs funded for women who are homeless that we can see there's a $2.6 million gap in funding for us that would provide food, security, and the staffing we need in order to support the women who are coming in through our doors and the gender diverse people with really complex issues who continue to be homeless year after year. And we don't have the funding to support them effectively to end homelessness, even though we have the capacity as an organization to do that. So my question is, what's the funding formula and why is there such a significant gap between similar programs in our city? My other concern and question is why risk losing funding for new transitional housing beds during a crisis like this? So we had an opportunity to receive CMHC funding, significant capital investment, along with operating dollars to build 90 units of transitional housing for women and women with children. YWCA went out and purchased a property where this could happen, where the zoning was in place, where there would be no site or only a minor site variance required, and we could get the project up and running quickly. But we missed that opportunity because when we went to the city, despite numerous conversations, correspondence, good intentions, real good intentions, nothing could line up, and we couldn't get the investment we needed from the city in order to bring this project to fruition. Now, we think, and we know, we really know, that this is not the end game for bringing additional transitional housing into the community. We have been talking to the provincial government, we've been talking to the federal government, the conversations are very positive, and we think there is an opportunity. But this is what it's going to require. $3.15 million of capital contribution from the city, which is about 5 to 10% of the total cost. We need to keep the project moving forward so that by July, we would be able to be shovel ready and line up with funding that's available now. And that's going to take $800,000. And we need a commitment to offset provincial, federal funding for operating. So we are chasing federal and provincial funding to operate transitional housing. We're not looking to the city to do it 100%, but we need some kind of commitment from the city to say that you would offset that in order to help us line up the provincial and federal funding. So that's what I'm coming to you today with. These are the asks, right-size our funding for our existing program, and provide financial commitments for YWCA to build new transitional housing in this community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions of our delegate? Councillor Kretsch, please.
Thank you, and great to see you, Amadora. I had 3 questions for you. One of them is just sort of a land question, right? Sure. So you said that you acquired the land for this transitional housing. Was that land city land, or was that land you found out in the private market?
Land we found in the private market. And we're supported by Hamilton Community Foundation with a bridging loan to purchase it.
And have you already purchased the land?
We're purchasing the land, yeah. It's in our, we have the offer of purchase in almost complete.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's helpful to understand. You said 2 things that stood out to me. One was, and I heard it, maybe you didn't say it directly, but I heard it about the way that you report and the outcomes of reporting and how data and reporting features into funding. Like, you know, we all have to report on outcomes and report on data and report on statistics and allocations in order to receive funding. Those are the kinds of ways it happens. How are those sort of unique to, and maybe even what is disproportional impact to organizations offering transitional housing, Carol Ann's Place, other services YWCA's in terms of the reporting requirements? How do those impact your ability to gain funding or access funding, if that's clear?
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Delegate.
So it's always a challenge collecting data, especially around women's homelessness. This isn't unique in Hamilton. This is a story globally because there's so much. One of the challenges with collecting data is you need to have the appropriate funding and staffing in place to be able to manage all the data and information. We collect the information through our systems. That's how we know 730 unique individuals have come to our doors seeking shelter. So we have some good information. We also have experiential, we have knowledge, we have narrative stories. We have different value points on data that can be shared and add to the conversation, but it's not all captured. It's not all of interest always to every funder. And so it is a struggle for us to build the case sometimes about this crisis. It seems just that the city had a difficult time understanding the crisis of women's homelessness until the pandemic made it visible. But we could see it. And we're not the only women's organization in this community who could see it. And across the country, women's organizations have been talking about this crisis for more than 10 years.
Councillor.
Could you speak to how your expertise in delivering this kind of housing is cost effective, frankly, right? By you doing this, and as a person, an organization that's been doing it for a long time, like, can you speak to like how that's an efficient and effective way of trying to address this issue?
Thank you, Ms. Opal.
So we have a long history in delivering housing and homelessness, and we have a lot of different programs that provide housing. We have supportive housing, we have permanent affordable housing for women, low barrier access overnight shelter, transitional housing, different models that have demonstrated that we can support people effectively in one, not returning to homelessness. And the other piece is we can help women exit poverty. And we're seeing results of that over at Putnam Family YWCA, where we've just, during the pandemic, put into place 50 affordable apartments for women and children. And we're seeing success stories. We're also seeing real challenges there too, but we're seeing an opportunity for people to exit out of poverty. We have a long history of doing this work. We've had lots of success with transitional housing, despite the underfunding of it. But we could do a whole lot more if we had appropriate funding to achieve the housing outcomes that are needed.
Councillor?
Thank you so much. I certainly have other questions, but I see three wonderful women, my fellow colleagues, have put their names up to speak, so I'm going to cede my time to them.
Thank you, Councillor. The next speaker, thank you. Councillor Wang, please.
Thank you, and congratulations to you, Medora, for being the new CEO of YWCA. I'm very excited to continue working with you. My question comes back to a couple of slides ago. You talked about $3.5 million as the commitment from the City of Hamilton. How does that? And you said it was a 5 or 10% of what the actual total cost would be. What does that total look like in terms of units? I think I missed that in your presentation.
Sure, and there's 90 units, and it would be 30 apartments for women and children, and then 60 units for single women.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, and with that, how else could we as a organization help with that support? What are the other opportunities? Is there an opportunity to work with our housing sustainability investment roadmap, any of the homelessness ending? Like, is there any other mechanisms that we can also support?
Thank you, Councillor. Please.
And through the chair, I think there are a number of mechanisms that we could use to support. In the end of the day, we need to see that financial commitment sooner rather than later. And I know we've worked on I've sat on the Housing and Homelessness Action Table since its inception. I've sat on different advisory boards with the city, sitting on Hamilton Home currently, and we're providing advice and direction to the city around how they could proceed and where they could how they could make decisions. But one of the challenges we face is that we can't sometimes wait for planning and planning and planning. We already have ideas for action. Hamilton is Home has a list. This project is right on that list. It's generated to move projects forward to build housing now. And really what we need to see is the financial pathway becoming very clear and visible on how do we make these projects happen. So I know that takes time for the city to plan, but there are mechanisms that within, if there's the political will, there is the way. And sometimes we can't just go to the Housing Services Division, who has a limited amount of money, and keep asking for all of these large, vast projects well outside of their budget to be funded. It needs to come from other parts of the city.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, and that is all.
Thank you, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thank you, Medora, for being here. And yes, congratulations. It's a pleasure to call you CEO, Opal. So from the perspective of opportunities for us as a municipality to continue working with our partners in the Hamilton is Home Coalition, but also generally speaking in the sector, we have relied on the sector to be part of the solution finders as it relates to housing needs in our community, and specifically around meeting the unique needs of those who are facing houselessness and the compounding factors that lead them there. And so from that perspective, to hear about the inability of this municipality to work nimbly with your organization at a point where you're facing a potential contribution by the federal government of $40 million is hard to hear. Because you're talking about 90 beds for families, and you're talking about 60 beds for women. And one of my efforts, Chair, through you, last term of council, was the Hamilton is Home Coalition, in an effort to get us grant ready as a collective in this municipality for funding. So my question to you, CEO Upal, is in the context of working collaboratively off of other initiatives that the municipality has been able to support that has landed significant turns, population outcomes similar to the number of beds you've outlined, how does this project differ from the Good Shepherd project that the city has been a financial partner in that is opening this year?
Thank you, Councillor. Go ahead, please.
So I have limited knowledge, to be honest, around Arcleton, which is, I believe, the project that's being referred to. And I just want to clarify, this is 30 apartments and 60 units for single women, so it's a total of 90 that we're proposing. Arcleton is similar in terms of, I believe it's 73 round beds. We have 65 in transitional housing at McNabb. They're working with women with low barrier, who require low barrier access. That's what we deliver in transitional housing, have for years delivered at transitional housing at McNabb. It's where we see ourselves delivering in new transitional housing as well. In terms of the investment, it's a very similar. The challenge is we don't have the funding in place with our current transitional housing to deliver all the services that it sounds like Arcleton will be able to do with $3.6 million invested for operating. We get now, as of November, we will see an annual funding of $600,000 for 65 units compared to $3.6 million for 73. So it's hard for me to reconcile standing here. Yeah. How did that happen? We've come to council committee, myself, the previous CEO, Denise Christofferson, year over year. The only time I believe we haven't come asking for money for transitional housing, in my recollection, is during the pandemic when we saw emergency funding coming in. So I'm having a hard time reconciling. I think the Arcleton project's really important. The cathedral shelter is going to close. There needs to be a replacement option. Arcleton is ready to go. It was also on the Hamilton is Home project list. And I don't know why we don't have the funding and why our project isn't valued. We have brought in healthcare partners into our facilities. We have Shelter Health working with us, HamSmart working with us. We have a response to pregnant women, women post-pregnancy who are homeless. We've developed a safe use program. We've done lots of things to bridge relationships. We have Womankind working every night in Carol Ann's place to deliver addiction supports. And yet we don't actually have funding to pull it all together to make it happen in the way that some other programs are being funded. Even Carol Ann's place, on a bed-per-bed basis, receives a lot more funding than transitional housing does at McNabb. It's about around $40,000 a bed. We're getting less than 10.
Thank you. Councillor, please.
Thank you. I'm just writing the note down of 40,000 per bed for the emergency beds at Carol Ann's place versus this project that you're presenting to us, which was about a 10K per bed?
Well, there's two. So there's the McNabb.
Right.
Less than 10K, sorry, through the chair, less than 10K per bed.
Yep.
This project, we would propose to look at what the funding formula is. The federal government had a $15,000 per bed they were willing to provide to transitional housing. So that's far off from other funding that we see at the city, but it's still more than what we receive currently for McNabb.
Thank you. Next question through you, Chair. With the point about the emergency shelter supports that we were able to ramp up as a municipality with our partners in the hotels, and those hotels now gearing down, and as you mentioned, no more COVID dollars to keep those beds up. From YW's perspective, what is the potential impact we're looking at as a municipality from your service perspective?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So through the chair, from my service perspective, I'm already hearing stories from the hotels having closed of women and children camping for the summer. So it's not the summer anymore, so I believe the camping has continued. Prior to the pandemic, we saw women staying in storage sheds. We're now seeing women and children staying in storage sheds. Those are the stories that are going around. Outside of our facility at McNabb and a number of spaces across the city, there are lots of homeless women existing on the street and in tents, whether we call them encampments or something else. They're sleeping rough. I think that situation is going to be worse. We see 28 people coming a night to Carol Ann's place. We do see turnaways. They do happen. There are folks that we have not been able to bring in. I think that situation is going to get significantly worse over this winter. And I think, the reality is deaths are part of what happens when we don't house people.
Councillor?
Thank you. Those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. Thank you to the delegate. Chair, I just, my apologies. I just want to declare a non-disqualifying interest. HCF was referenced. There's absolutely no pecuniary issue here. And obviously, I'm deeply proud of their brave leadership, but I just wanted to put it on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed. You don't have any questions, though? Okay. Thank you. And Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. And through the chair, just really, really grateful to have you here today and to get a better understanding of some of the context that's been going on. I know the last time we heard a presentation from you mention the importance of a gender-based budget. Given that we have some particular decisions in front of us right now, but we're also seeing that the processes might not enable nimbleness, as I think one of my colleagues said, and we might be missing opportunities to support those most in need in our community. Could you help connect the lines between what the systems we might need moving forward to enable this type of nimbleness, to enable this type of work, and a gender-based budget, and where those things might align moving forward so we can be more nimble and we can be more attentive?
Thank you, Councillor. Delegate, please.
So I think gender-based budgeting moving forward would give a better perspective to City Council in terms of where money really is going and who's getting what and what the needs are. It's not just about equitable funding. So if we look at breaking it between the binary of a women's system and a men's system and look at the comparisons, you would see that there's a deficit in the women's system. But you also have to keep in mind in looking at that, if we just equalize the funding, that's not really addressing the issue. So you have to then be able to account for the equity issues that are undermining, and maybe more money needs to go into the women's system than it does into the men's system. Not to say that men's homelessness doesn't need to be addressed, but this is part of the process. If we have that kind of process in place, we'd have a better response investment into the system that we might not be dealing with this crisis today. If we could do that, we could avert crises in the future. I think the nimbleness in terms of funding is there has to be a response. The city has to. So we thought what would be a nimble, easy response for the city at the time in the spring when we put forward the request was waiving DCs. That became a hugely controversial, problematic issue for the city. Now you have no choice. The DCs are waived, right? This is not. But that would have been, what are the mechanisms? So if the DCs couldn't even be waived, and that's the most nimble response, then you don't have a nimble response. You have to have some kind of funding available to feed into these projects, and you have to be able to have an application, a process where they can be reviewed really quickly. They should be reviewed through a gender-based, in my opinion, a responsive budgeting process. They should be done that way and through an intersectional lens. That doesn't bog down the system. That helps the system get it right. And you can do that nimbly and quickly, but you have to have a mechanism to tie in where the funding is available, that we can go out and ask for money. Hamilton's Home has, I believe it's 1,950 units sitting waiting to go. We need to know where we can get funding for those and how we can do it in order to make those projects viable and get them going off the ground.
Councillor, please.
Thank you. No, I think that's just really helpful and clarifying as we're going through our own budgeting process and understanding how these requests come in and also understanding maybe some of the limitations that are baked into that process. And so I really do appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions from anyone? Seeing none, thank you for appearing today. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councillors, our next delegate is 7.2. Heather, actually 7.2A. Heather,
Chair, point of clarity
Sorry.
or order.
that's
You
okay.
can tell
Point
me
of
which
order,
one it is.
but that's okay. Get my attention.
Thank you, Councillor, or Chair. Chair Clark, there was some information in the previous delegation that we've received as a committee and council, meeting for the first time as committee. Would there be an opportunity for staff to respond to any questions that might be staff related to the project? Or would you prefer that to be in the form of a motion for the next meeting?
We can entertain questions of staff at the conclusion of receiving all of the delegates, if you feel so inclined, or you can also do it in the form of a motion asking staff to report back.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather McLean, Hamilton Jewish Family Services. Please come down to the podium.
Good afternoon, councillors.
Can you just move that microphone just so we really want to hear you? Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Heather McLean. I'm the Executive Director of Hamilton Jewish Family Services. For those who may not know, we are a small nonprofit social services agency operating since 1929, delivering programs and services that reflect Jewish values and traditions, and also a proud living wage employer. Some of the services that we currently offer are through the Claims Conference for Holocaust Survivors, a kosher food bank that is serving Hamilton and the surrounding areas, mental health counseling, seniors programming, poverty reduction, and life navigation programs. We have seen a significant increase in clients and community members approaching us regarding housing needs, whether it be unaffordable rents, lack of supply, and lately those facing homelessness in Hamilton. We heard about the Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters through the Jewish community as a possible option for some of the clients who are currently unhoused, seeking housing solutions. Julia Colick was a guest speaker recently at a Hamilton Housing Summit that we offered through an event at the Hamilton Jewish Federation. The Government of Canada recognizes the right to adequate housing as a fundamental human right, essential to one's sense of dignity, safety, health, inclusion, and ability to contribute to the fabric of our neighborhoods and communities. In our opinion, HATS is a practical response to the housing crisis in our community. We support Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters because it provides dignified housing solutions in a community setting, easing the homelessness crisis in Hamilton. All Canadians should be able to live with dignity. The Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters initiative brings stability and support to people experiencing homelessness in Hamilton. I'd also like to share a letter of support from our board chair, Hannah Shire. One individual out for a walk in the middle of winter came across someone sleeping rough and understood fundamentally the need to act. Such are the humble beginnings of the Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters, or HATS. On its own, HATS won't solve the housing crisis in Hamilton, but it will be an example in our city that we can become a better, more dignified, more humane place to live if we just care enough to act. Hamilton Jewish Family Services is a small agency and certainly in no position to initiate the kinds of structural reforms necessary for meaningful, long-lasting change. We can't mandate a guaranteed basic income or legislate for truly affordable housing. But we operate under the premise capture in our Talmud, the body of Jewish civil and ceremonial law, which states that whoever saves a single life is considered to have saved the whole world. These tiny shelters will literally save lives, and in doing so reminds us that the power to transform the world resides in our collective hands. We are grateful for your time and consideration today and ask that your deliberations conclude that in a world so desperately in need of hope, this project is able to provide it. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate McLean. Any questions for our delegate today? Seeing none, thank you for attending and sharing your thoughts.
Thank you.
7.2B is Daniel A. Bettis and Julia Colick, Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters. And call them down to the podium, please.
Right here. Thank you. Thank you for having us back. We were just here about a week and a half ago and gave you a dissertation on the program, the HATS program, and we're back here to really look at supporting the staff's recommendation for our requests for annual funding for 3 years of $100,000. So thank you very much for having us back. Some of these slides will be familiar to you, but I think it's worthwhile going over them. There's only about 8 slides I'm going to be going through, so we'll certainly stay within the 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
No problem. So as you can see, there's a number of cost components pertaining to the site, the establishment of the community. We have 10 homes, and we have some communal units, which are basically for gathering, as well as a kitchenette, washrooms, and showers. And then there's an admin center on the bottom left, you can see in dark green. There are 2 capital dollar components. On the left, you'll see where it's marked homes and also communal units. So those are capital investments. The homes are 8 by 10 units. They're insulated, heated with air conditioning, windows, metal privacy door, bed, bedding, fridge, microwave, fire extinguisher. That makes up the homes. The communal units, there are 4, and we have the washrooms and the showers, the kitchenette I referred to, that are in the light blue off to the right. You'll also see a dumpster there. There's 2 entrances to the current site that we have, and we're planning only to be there 1 winter. That's the objective. Obviously looking for other sites that are as suitable, if not more suitable. Operational expenses. There's a whole infrastructure there required in order to support this community, and that is the fencing, cameras, on-site trained security personnel will be there, but most importantly, we're talking 24/7 staffing. And that means site managers. We will have during the day case managers and other support staff. We'll also have security personnel at night. Okay? These people will all be handpicked and trained and very sensitive to the needs of the neighborhood and the needs of the residents. If we look at the staff recommendation whereby we've got a 3-year horizon, the first year entails securing the $58,000 for the 10 units, and the communal units themselves are $78,000. These dollars are in with tax included, so it's bottom line. We've got everything included in here. Operational infrastructure, we've got the $87,000, and then $172,000 for the staff I was referring to. Now, much of the operational infrastructure involves the hydro, insurance, and matters such as that. And then the salaries I've reviewed with you are the site managers and security personnel. Wesley has come to the table graciously and are providing approximately $100,000 in funding for the case workers. And that's so much appreciated. So they've really been good in working with us. Year 2 obviously does not have an expansion on the site of any homes or communal units, so therefore the dollars are 0. We do still have the operational expenses to deal with, and I broke those out into infrastructure and salaries separately, but it's $267,000. We moved to year 3, and we would love for year 3 to come forward to year 2 if possible, but right now it's not practical, and so we're saying at year 3 we're making a move. We're to a larger site, and hopefully that site will accommodate 20 units total, 20 homes. Therefore, our capital has to increase for those extra 10 units by about $84,000. We also would uproot the communal units and the other 10 homes and obviously the placement of the dumpster to the new site. So there's a few extra thousands of dollars for that move. Total, $362,000. What does this look like when we put it all together? What you have before you is a picture that we've augmented since you last saw this slide, which shows the $100,000 request in yellow across the bottom. But that request, assuming it is fulfilled, the recommendation is approved, is embedded in the revenue line already. So the 358, 253, and 353 have that included. Expenses are as I have just reviewed in the previous slides. Now, some good news here is we don't expect all the money to come from the city. We have a job to do, and we feel we're doing a very good job. We're approaching $150,000 as I stand here today from the community.
Your time is up. Can you wrap up, or you need more time?
I would like 1 minute if I could have it.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Wanted to show you this. There are 12 communities similar to what we are attempting to establish. The vast majority are getting support from their municipality to the tune of 100%. If I look at the figures in the farthest right-hand side, some of that funding, by the way, is pandemic funding, but only for 1 or 2. If I look at the analysis on that, it works out to $20,000 to about $150,000 per home that the municipality is coming forward to. We're looking for $10,000 per home. It kind of puts it in perspective. We even have Alberni. You can see that down there. There's only 18,000, population 18,000. They're coming forward with 140,000. Lastly, I think you would like to see the schedule. As I indicated, we need to initiate the rollout. We can't do that until we have secure sufficient funding. We are confident we will hit that mark within the next 2 weeks, that we have $300,000, assuming we can look to the city for $100,000 of that. We are very confident. We are having donors. We picked up a check for $25,000 today from one corporate donor, and we're having a number of those. So we're in a good place right now. So we think December 18th, we'll place orders for the homes, the communal units, secure the site management, all the staff, and be able to secure the equipment for January 11th, place the equipment, have everybody oriented appropriately through the support staff helping us, and we'll have staff on site by January 18th and residents ready to occupy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nan, questions, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to the delegates, thank you for coming back to Council with further details on your initiative, and certainly congratulations for the work that you've done and the support you've garnered in the community from a place of compassion. My first question, if I could through you, Chair, is that during a community information meeting at Tim Hortons Field in November, there was mention of a decision-making matrix that HATS uses in determining a location's suitability. Could you share that matrix with this committee, please?
I have a backup slide through you, Mr. Chair. I have a backup slide that I think, yeah. We have a site selection criteria that we follow. And what we do is when we have a candidate site, we actually look at, does it fall into the must-haves? Does it fall into the nice-to-haves? And is it privately owned? Is it municipally owned? Is it a parking lot? Whatever. We will take a look at it, but this is our selection criteria right here. So we're looking whether it's outside the city core. The size of the property, obviously. Is it served by public transit? It's very important. A lot of the must-haves have been dictated by those with lived experience. We're not just pulling these out because we think they're important. It's because they think it's important, and we agree with them on a number of fronts. And I think that's very important. So we've interviewed well over 40 people with lived-in experience, and this is what we've come up with. They do not want to be in the exact core. They're looking for being within 20 minutes or so of walking distance. Preferred commercial zoning is very important. We have to make sure. So our current site, for instance, is a C5, which is conducive to emergency shelter. Okay, and what I thought, the second slide that's in support of that is here are all the sites we have looked at so far by ward, and those in red are the ones that are really bubbling to the top that meet much of the criteria. I just want to mention there's a site like Cathedral Park, Scout House, already has facilities on site, and they're in a very good location relative to residential. They're quite a ways away from the residential area, so they're very attractive. We're revisiting Sir John A. on the right, and we're working very closely with staff. Jason Thorne been fantastic, but we are stepping up, looking at these sites again, and seeing if we can move ahead in any of them as our alternative.
Thank you. Councillor, supplemental?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for bringing these slides. I really appreciate the transparency for us as a committee to see this, but also transparency for the community in understanding how this organization is going about its work. Can you speak to the too big to too close to downtown criteria mentioned for Sir John A. Macdonald? My understanding is that the Hamilton District School Board had enabled you to consider this site, and that hasn't necessarily changed, but at the time there was some consideration of time limitation because of development pursuits on the site. I understand that those development pursuits timelines have shifted, and that from the school board's perspective, this site may be still a viable option for HATS. Could you speak to that, please?
Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, we certainly had our hopes very high for that facility. There's a few things that are an issue there, and that is the big field behind, which might encourage tenting, and it might be just too difficult to manage for a rollout program. So that's where the too big comment comes from. Too close to downtown, we were respectful of the people with lived experience who we interviewed. And it's a bit like, I think it was described earlier, when kids go off to university, they don't want to go to the university in their hometown, they want to get away. And it's a similar situation in terms of just wanting to start fresh in their lives. And being downtown is not necessarily the best spot. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if that actually raises a different point for me, and I'm going to stray from my questions and probably need to come back as a second time. In terms of your eligibility for those residents who would be selected to come into the Tiny Hats community, how are you determining that eligibility? And another point that was raised during the community information sessions in Ward 3 was a concern expressed by residents that an initiative coming in, attracting or bringing with it people who don't currently live unhoused in the area adjacent to Barton Street. And the concern expressed by the community was, you know, how are we responding to people's needs where they're at and in the community that currently supports them as unhoused individuals versus, for lack of a better word, displacing people from the areas where they do have readily access to supports and coming into a new community where they might experience tension.
Thank you, Councillor. Delegate Collick.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. You've raised some very good issues. So we certainly heard at the community events that we've held that people living near 647 Barton Street East would really like us to have those who are experiencing homelessness in their area. And they mentioned there were a few regulars who they know to be in our our cabins, in our homes. That raises several issues. One is that we are looking at homelessness as a city-wide issue, not ward by ward. Secondly, I had a very incredible meeting with the John Howard Society, who are across the road from our site, and around the table were people who work very closely with those who live on the street. There was one very curious story that I heard that it never occurred to me, and that is that there's some very good spots for panhandling in the city. And the minute one person leaves, even to go somewhere for a meal or try and find shelter, somebody else is waiting to take their place. So we could take 10 people off the street from around 647 Barton, and there would be 10 more people waiting to take their place. So it seems to me we could do our best, at least. The people we would interview would need to be a good fit for our program, and we obviously want to make this a success for everybody. So we are looking at people who really want to make a change in their lives. If the people who are living around the site are eligible with this criteria that we have, then we're very happy to speak with them and have them as part of their intake process. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Councillor?
It does. And then going back on your site selection slide, if you don't mind going back to that, if you could, of the ward by ward breakdown. Yeah. So the key piece on this site for you is that it's readily available.
Absolutely.
And on your previous slide, you mentioned commercial zoning being a key. And from your perspective, the commercial zoning is preferred because why? Could you just explain that one more time?
That was actually one of the preferences that came up in our survey with our people with lived experience.
So the folks through you, sorry, Chair, I apologize for not saying that previously, got caught up in the presentation.
It's okay.
So you mentioned preferred commercial zoning and that the folks with lived experiences prefer to be in a tiny shelters community that is adjacent to a commercial zone.
Thank you, Councillor.
Actually, they were, oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Julie.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the idea is not to be more in a more industrial kind of area. So we were initially looking, I'm not sure if Tiffany Bartonlands was included in our site options, but that kind of area was very attractive to them, and a few of them actually mentioned that when we asked them what their preferred location might be. Bear in mind, this is transitional housing. They're not going to be there forever. The idea is, of course, for them to move into more stable housing eventually.
Thank you. Minute 30 left, Councillor.
Oh, thank you. Could you also then, through you, Chair, speak to a point that was raised both in the community meeting and I believe at the budget presentation as well, which was pursuing a model for the community inhabitants where they would be required to contribute OW or ODSP housing allowances in order to be considered eligible for this program. If you could please speak to that, as it's been expressed as a serious concern by many members in our community that this initiative would seek funding or seek individuals to use their housing allowance in order to live in a tiny wooden shelter versus that housing allowance going towards permanent housing solutions.
Thank you. Delegate?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So let me make sure I'm understanding your question. There was some concern that residents would be paying their shelter portion towards being housed, have wraparound services, access to showers, washrooms, and programming, being paid for work on site. So I'm not sure I understand the question.
I'll backtrack if I could through you, Chair, just to clarify. So one, does your model still continue with having part of the eligibility to stay in the community, in the tiny shelters community, require ODSP shelter allowance contribution? That's the first question.
Okay, so your question is about whether the eligibility.
Are
Is that
you
what I'm?
requiring?
Oh, okay.
Yes.
No. We would work with their case managers and encourage them. And the reason is that if those around them living in their community are contributing and their people are not, you can imagine that would raise some tension amongst the residents. In other communities, and you saw how many there were, it's quite the norm. And it also means you have skin in the game. It's your place. You have the key. Nobody else does. And I think anywhere else you are, if you have your own space somewhere warm and safe, I don't see that, that there would be any question of whether you could contribute if you're able to.
Thank you, Councillor. I didn't time your clarification, so you have 40 seconds left.
Thank you. Through you, to the delegates, then, if you could just help me understand, then if a resident of Hats is contributing their housing allowance towards living there to have quote-unquote skin in the game, what rights do they have in this arrangement? In terms of, are they a tenant? How would you describe their relationship to the hut and to the land?
First of all, I just want to mention that when we asked people with lived experience, would you be willing to contribute your shelter portion, they said yes. So let's just respect them. In terms of their relationship to the program, they are in a program. We are not landlord and tenant. So I hope that helps you.
So it's not a landlord-tenant relationship,
No.
it's a relationship of participation in a program.
Yeah.
Thank you, those are my questions for now. I'll come back on a second time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Kretsch, please.
Thank you. And so I will just carry right on from my colleague, since I had questions on the same subject. I'd like a little more clarification. And I know we're here for a very long meeting, so feel free to be brief. You said, if I understand it, that contributions of OW and ODSP funding would not be mandatory. So if there were individuals who were receiving this funding, that funding wouldn't be mandatory. But for individuals who were part of and it's not a criteria, so you're not saying that someone who doesn't receive this funding or who will not receive this funding cannot come to this space. Is that correct?
Let me just, sorry. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So to the extent that individuals who do receive this funding, right, you're saying that you'll be encouraging them to do it, but there will be no mandatory requirement that they do so. Thank you, that's clear.
The answer was yes.
Yeah, I got that. The answer was yes, thank you. I saw a nodding of the head in the yes way.
The public may not have seen the nodding of the head.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
My apologies. Through you, Mr. Chair, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is helpful also, so I'm glad we're here at the moment. What I see here is the survey of people with lived experience, and what I don't see indicated in the survey is a response specifically about, in a measured way, I would say, so perhaps your responses are anecdotal, about where they want to be outside the core, inside the core. And to that, if you wouldn't mind going to the slide where you have your preferences and can be's and should be's, what you say there is something I just want to interrogate a little bit. You say must have, right? And so what I really read that as, if I could clarify, is those are preferences. Because if they were must-haves, then you couldn't possibly be looking at sites inside the core. So that's really more a list of preferences, is that right?
That's fair enough. Yes,
Okay,
through
thank you so
Mr.
much,
Chair.
that's helpful. So for year number 1, you're proposing that you would be, through the chair, at this site at 647 Barton, if I understand it, and then you would plan to move to one of the other sites that are marked in red in subsequent years, whenever that might be. I'm not saying exactly when, but your plan would be some point to leave place 1 and go to place 2 or 3, and those would be those red items you saw there. Is that right?
Delegates.
Or your plan would be to try and pursue the red listed items?
Delegates, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that would be our preference if those sites were available, or if there's another site that we don't even know about. That would be, we want to expand. 10 people is a good number to start with, but obviously, as you heard from Medora, from the Y, this problem is only going to get worse. So that's what we're hoping to address, the increase in homelessness.
Councillor?
Thank you. I noticed you had Scout House there, which I believe is actually in Ward 2, not in Ward 1, because it's on James Mountain Road. But anyways, that's okay. Just switching it to the other list. But I noticed some other properties in Ward 2 there, and of course the one that's received the most attention is the one SJAM. And you said that it was too big, and so one of the issues is that you'd have trouble securing the site. Is that what you're basically saying? You'd have trouble securing the site because of how large it is?
Julia, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would say that would just increase the challenges, yes.
Oh, okay. So it's possible it would just be more challenging.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, thank you. That's helpful. And through the chair, I have questions about your equity policies. So on that criteria slide, and what you just said in response to Councillor Nan's question, struck me quite. You said, we want to bring people into the community who want to have a change in their lives. How do you understand what that change is, right? So I mean, that's a very loaded statement, a change in their lives. How are you measuring what that looks like in terms of what they're saying to you they want to change? In what way?
Thank you. Julia, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we haven't begun the intake process yet, and people who are sitting at that on that committee make up Cheryl Green from the Hamilton Regional Indian Center. We want to make sure that we reflect what's happening on the street. At least a third of those sleeping rough are from the Indigenous community. We also have representatives from Wesley. So we're really working with people who know this community well. We want to find people who get along with each other. And in terms of measuring, I don't know if we can, I can't give you a measure. You're right. It's like asking each of you what you plan to do in a year's time. Who knows, right? At the same time, you probably will be hearing from someone who has had lived experience later on the agenda, and I think that might be an indication for you of the kind of aims people have in their lives. Nobody chooses to sleep outside in the winter. We know that. So that's where I'm coming from, right?
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Through the chair, I understand what you're saying is that you don't have a way yet, or there's not a way yet to measure that change or understand that change or what that change looks like, and that's helpful to know. In terms of drug use, what specific policies do you have around drug use?
Julia.
I'm not an expert in this field, so I'm just going to go from discussions that we have had. We are looking at harm reduction, for sure. So each cabin will have its own sharps container, for example, and we will make sure that anyone who is using has somebody with them when they are. That's my understanding.
It won't be an open site.
Speak to that.
Yeah, also, there will not be drug use allowed openly on the site. Okay, that's a definite. We're not going to allow it to be outside of the cabin.
Councillor?
Thank you for that answer. I think that answers the majority of the questions I have, or maybe even all the questions, because Councillor Nan, of course, asked a couple that were percolating. I'll leave this to Councillor Wilson. If anything else comes up, I'll add myself as a second-time speaker. Thank you for your answers.
May I add one point?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Our committee for selection will include many of the support services, staff, personnel, and senior management, but it'll also include individuals. We actually have an individual that has had lived experience, will be part of that intake process. So they'll be able to help guide us on the practicality, maybe not get necessarily to the measures, but at least have some guidance for us. And there will be more than one on the committee.
Thank you. Councillor, you have 1 minute for supplemental if you wish.
In response to that, yeah, so, and thank you, because the percolation process continued. I appreciate that. You'd said that you weren't an expert in harm reduction, so could you talk about how experts in harm reduction will be part of this process? It's not you, obviously, but who exactly, from a harm reduction perspective, will be involved in ensuring that those practices are employed on a really regular and consistent basis, that they're audited, that they're monitored, that they're reported back on, that they're measured, and so on?
Thank you. Julia, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair. We're working with the Hub, and they will be supplying the harm reduction supplies for us. We're also really fortunate to have met with the RIST team, who are an excellent new program, and they will be making regular health visits to the site.
Thank you. 30 minutes left, Councillor. 30 seconds left, Councillor.
Don't do that. We'll be here all night.
That was a slip of the tongue. Didn't mean it. 30 seconds, please.
Could you just, for the edification of everybody and for the public record, work out the RIST acronym for everyone? And then I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please. You're up next.
The RIST acronym.
I'm sorry?
The RIST and what the acronym actually stands for.
I can ask.
Oh, sorry. Please.
Thank you, Chair. I can ask on your behalf. Thank you.
Sorry, my apologies.
Thank you for your delegation again and your appearance here today. I'm just sort of catching up on this file, so forgive me if the information has already been provided. And before I forget, on behalf of my colleague, could you define the acronym you just used in the context of the question that was asked of you of who will be informing, I think, the consumption of drugs, who will be informing your safe consumption practices, I think? And what was the acronym you used? What does it mean? The risk or RIST, whatever that was, through the chair.
We're just trying to unlock, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, we're trying to unlock the
Screen?
unwilling technology. We met with the Social Navigator program, which is an amazing team of police officers and social workers. But aside from them who would literally navigate people, help them wherever they need to be, whether it's to an appointment or if they need help navigating the system, there's also a variety of different programs which you might want to be aware of. We were certainly learning new things too. So what's happening is there's different levels of service, if you like. RIST, I'm having trouble remembering the exact acronym. Maybe Angie can help here.
GM Burden, please.
Thank you. Angie Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor's question. RIST stands for Rapid Intervention Support Team.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. If either through the chair to GM Burden or to the delegate, could you just, who is Rapid Intervention Support Team?
GM Burden, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm pulling up the list of individuals. So it's recent funding that the Hamilton Police Services received to mobilize partnerships to serve high acuity homeless and very vulnerable members of our community in an integrated way. So I'm reading here just from the website: Hamilton Police, Hamilton Paramedics, Wesley Urban Ministries, St. Joseph's Healthcare, the Canadian Mental Health Association, the Hamilton Regional Indian Center, the YWCA, and Interval House Hamilton. And I do know that Chief Bergen's intent is for that list to continue to grow as we identify other organizations in the community that overlap in providing care. It's really looking at ensuring non-duplication of services and a coordinated effort. Thank you.
Councillor, I'm starting your 5 minutes now because you really asked the follow-up to Councillor Kretsch, which I didn't hear, so that was my fault. Please proceed.
No, thank you. I appreciate that, Chair. I wasn't going to go down this road because I'm really showing my ignorance, and I'm wanting to know, is this risk thing, is it through the practice of, for lack of a better word, a criminal lens, a policing lens, or is it a practice, is it through, like, what lens is this and who administers it and what is the objective in the service of it?
General Manager Burden, please.
Through the chair, thanks.
Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor, I think it is possible that we have one of the members of RIST, Executive Director Don Seymour is here. I don't want to speak on behalf of the group as we are not within the city. One of the other than the Hamilton paramedics, I'm not the lead for the organization, but I can assure you it is not an enforcement based. It is really around how do we have a human rights based approach to vulnerable citizens in our community, and this idea that among helping organizations, there is an acknowledgement that certain individuals require multiple services, and sometimes we serve individuals without knowing that another organization is also serving them. And so I think it's quite an innovative approach in terms of, and Chief Bergen would say, they don't want the police to be the lead. It's really the touch point for the police services is through the Social Navigator program, and the police officers partner very closely with the paramedics in that Social Navigator program. So I hope that answers your questions, and I hope that I'm doing justice to the RIST model. There was funding earlier this year. There has been staffing challenges, so it's not fully operational, but I know that the organizations that are mentioned are highly reputable and have been working to staff this particular model.
Councillor, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I know the delegates are here, and these are questions through the delegates and not to staff, which for me is a little bit of a dilemma, and I trust there will be an opportunity to ask these questions with staff at a subsequent time. If I could pivot to, again, myself catching up, just on the subject of OW and ODSP, and I believe the response was it would not be a mandatory contribution. Will there be, through the chair, assured confidentiality amongst those living of who has contributed and who has not, so that there is not a stigmatization that maybe goes with that? Thank you, through the chair.
Thank you. Julia, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair. It's a good question. Yes, of course, there will be confidentiality. However, we can't stop people talking. And it's just like you would with any neighbor. You would perhaps notice that they're doing one thing that you didn't know about. So while at our end, we will definitely have confidentiality, there's no way of stopping conversations amongst the residents. I hope you understand that. Does that answer your question?
Councillor?
It does. Thank you. And through the chair, if I could go back to, you've referenced a few times your interviews with people with lived experience, and I think you used the number that 40 were interviewed, through the chair. Could you give me a sense, and maybe it has been provided previously, so if it has, my apologies. What were the survey questions that were asked, and what was the profile of the individuals who were asked?
Thank you. Julia, please.
So we only had 5 minutes, so we only showed one part of the survey. I believe there were 36 individuals, but since then we have spoken to more people. The questions ranged everything from who would you want as your neighbor? where would you want this community to be? There were a whole series of questions, and they were conducted at the Hub and at the Wesley Day Center with individuals who came forward to be part of the survey.
Councillor?
Thank you, through the chair. Would it be possible for members of this committee to receive a copy of those questions?
Yes, certainly, and it's actually the survey, I believe, is up on our website, but we have submitted it before.
Okay.
We're very happy to resubmit if, through you, Mr. Chair, if we find the best way to do that. Through tomorrow. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor?
Thank you very much. And through the chair, the other part of my question was to get a better sense of the profile of the folks that you surveyed. Could you give me a sense of like a demographic or age, gender profile, or anything like that?
Julia?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we didn't actually collect that data. It's private. I mean, we didn't ask people whether they were homeless or not, what racial identity or gender identity they preferred. It was simply about they were there at the center. They obviously were needing help, and they were willing to give their opinions. I hope that answers your question.
Councillor?
It does. I appreciate the response in that you were respectful of the individuals, whether they self-declare or that. The challenge I'm having is we had an earlier delegation in which that individual underscored the particular housing needs and circumstances of a certain population because of who they are. And it would be important, I think, for me as a governor to understand who was asked, because their needs and circumstances, I would think, would influence their priorities. And I would need to have assurance that of whose priorities we're seeking to prioritize, if you will.
So, Councillor, can I suggest that the clerk go back to what was filed with this committee last term and perhaps forward it to the councillors, and then if there's anything else that Julia can provide or Daniel can provide, then they will do so. Does that meet your need, Councillor?
Yes, thank you. As much information as possible on who was surveyed would be helpful.
We will do that.
Thank you.
Was that the survey that Tony did with it? Okay.
Yeah, correct. Through you, Mr. Chair, I was present for an afternoon, and it was, there were people who identified as women and people identified as men, and visually that's what I saw. I can ask him if he could do a breakdown of the profile of the people.
The councillor may have questions of them, so if you can connect them to the councillor, that would be helpful. You have 1 minute, 18 seconds left, councillor.
Thank you. I'm the chair. I'm just I don't want to take up the delegates' time on the issue of safe consumption and drug use. So I'm wanting some clarification from you, if I could, on where would be the appropriate time for us to ask further about those models and the approach that they take, so we could get more information about it through you, the chair.
We could ask staff to reach out to them and get that information and then share it with the councillors as an information report, if that's helpful.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you catch that, GM Burden?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is that direction that you're asking for staff, or is that pending further conversation at the end of the report discussion?
Why don't we have the conversation at the end of this delegate period, and then if the councillor needs more information, then you can get it and get it back to her. Thank you. The next, second time speaker, Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and I think this might be my last question of the delegation, just respecting that there's several other delegates here to delegate to committee, and that some of my questions might be better situated in the report from staff. My final question to the delegates would be, You identified today, as well as during the community meeting, that a number of the shelters would be designated for Indigenous folks. My question to you is, what is the role of Indigenous people in the decision-making framework of HATS?
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Cheryl Green from the Hamilton Regional Indian Centre is on our advisory committee, our leadership team. I met with her just the other day. I had a Zoom meeting with her yesterday. And so what they are providing actually to the site, which is hugely generous, they do a mobile unit where they distribute food and clothing, and they are willing to come to the site on a regular basis, not just to serve those who are Indigenous, who will be residents, but to anybody on the site who requires help. So we're really thrilled to have them involved.
If I could, through you, Chair, I agree. Anybody who is in partnerships with the Hamilton Regional Indian Centre is in a good place to receive incredible supports that we are privileged to have housed in Hamilton and serving Indigenous folks across the city, but also those who are not Indigenous, in a tremendous organization to be partnered with. But my question wasn't that. My question was, what is the role of Indigenous people in the decision-making framework of HATS, since you've said to this committee now, and I'm not trying to be difficult, I just want to be very clear in this road of working in partnership with Indigenous organizations and people and claiming to be providing services to Indigenous people, that there is a role in the same way that you're honoring the voices of people with lived experiences in this process to date that you've shared with us. What is the role of Indigenous people in the decision-making framework of HATS? Are there Indigenous individuals on your board? And what role do they have? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Julia, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Right now we have 3 board members, which was set up from our initial founding. We are about to have our AGM, and so that might change. We do not currently have an Indigenous person on our board. However, the Hamilton Regional Indian Centre is represented on our resident intake committee. Is invited to our weekly leadership team meetings, and we are very honored to have them.
Thank you.
Thank
Councillor.
you. That's my last question. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, I thank you for your attendance today. 7.2C, Don Seymour. I would call upon Don to come down to the podium for your delegation on behalf of Wesley. Is Don here? Thank you.
Good
Let me know
afternoon.
when you're ready and we'll start the clock for you.
Thank you. We can start anytime.
Please proceed.
If I'm not up on protocol, my apologies. This is my first time in front of this.
You're doing great.
If
Don't
I
worry
could.
about it.
So my name is Don Seymour, and I'm the Executive Director of Wesley Urban Ministries. We're located at 52 Catherine Street. I don't think I need to tell you there's thousands of people in Hamilton that are on waiting lists for affordable housing. There's hundreds of people on our street. We have had a crisis brewing for decades. It's been 40 years in the making since governments basically stepped away from affordable housing. The most chronically homeless, who Wesley deals with in our day center and will be dealing with the new service delivery model, pretty much die before they get the services they need. And the services they need in the health system do not exist. A lot of the folks that are on the street have acquired brain injury through years of drug abuse or exhaustion, and the services, they just don't exist. I've talked to health leaders, and they freely admit it. And part of my role with HATS as an advisory committee member, I've been working and advocating a lot with the health sector, letting them know about HATS, and I have no doubt that as this group gets established, we'll see people like the Shelter Health Network involved, people like CMHA involved, as they're already involved with the homeless population. So we need solutions. And a group of volunteers show up last year. I heard about them through the paper, and I heard about them through some other colleagues like Tom from the Poverty Roundtable. And I got on the phone and I said, we want to partner with you as an organization because we believed that this is a solution that is desperately needed in Hamilton. We often take people from the street and we put them in housing and it fails because they're not ready to be housed. They're in that survival mindset and they have all the behaviors that drive neighbors around the bend, that drive us around the bend, to be quite honest. So you think that when HATS showed up last year, we would have, and I say we now because I'm on the advisory committee and I've bought into that Kool-Aid, you think we would have been up and running by now. You think there would have been a red carpet rolled out given the magnitude of this problem. And they've run into obstacles. And I understand there's bureaucracy even within my own organization. But, you know, they've liaised with politicians. They've done extensive interviews with people of lived experience, interviews that, you know, are so extensive I haven't seen it before in a group outside of our own organizations. You know, they researched and consulted with tiny home communities across the country. I have never seen a volunteer group that has dotted so many I's and crossed so many T's and are so prepared for this. So what is Wesley doing? We see the value of citizen-led community development. It's how Wesley started. It's how Good Shepherd started. It's how most organizations started. It's a group of volunteers getting together and say, let's fix this. And it doesn't have to be driven by institutions or politicians or organizations when citizens step up. So they've run into opposition, and that's to be expected. Every time Wesley does something different or new, we run into opposition, and we understand the concerns. However, we're also very cognizant of the rights of people. And you know, let's face it, folks who are on the street don't have a lot of rights at their disposal anymore, and everything is group. Imagine going to get a physical exam, and you're in a room with a bunch of people getting your physical exam. Because that's the only way that people get services in homelessness is usually within a group context. There's always people around. Individualized services is where it should be, like in most of our health and community social services system, and this is an individualized service we're creating. Clock is ticking. Worst part of winter is here.
1 minute, 5 seconds.
I know, I'll be there. So last night was our annual general meeting, and I looked out my window and I saw a couple in John Rebecca Park, and I'm sure everybody knows about John Rebecca Park, desperately trying to set up a shelter with tarps and scraps of wood while it was windy. We all know what last night was like. And obviously they succeeded because this morning when I walked into work, they were there sleeping, and I was so grateful that they hadn't been roasted out. Because that's what happens. It's constant whack-a-mole. So tiny homes gives people an opportunity to get out of that survival mindset and get them ready for housing. Where does Wesley fit in? We're bringing case management. We're investing in this group because we believe in investing in our community. Case management, harm reduction, we know harm reduction inside and out, and we're bringing that expertise to the table. We have shared with them every single policy and procedure. They're talking about hiring. Somehow I became the chair of the Human Resource Committee, and I'll be on that hiring committee and making sure that we get the very best people. This is not fly-by-night. This is a deadly serious group addressing a deadly serious problem. And, you know, I know there's neighbors that don't want this. It's a bit trite, but I often use the comparison. There's so many churches and mosques and synagogues in my neighborhood. We're oversubscribed. Or if we look down Charlton Street, all the medical institutions. People need a place to be served, and people have the right to be served where they're at. And Wesley will help this group. It's a one-year pilot. As we see how it goes, I will have no problem going back to my board and getting another year or two as we see this unfold. I'm convinced that this model unfolds, and there's things that Wesley is going to do within its own service continuum. I'm convinced that this will be a very viable solution to the homelessness issue. We have a chance to lead in this country in Hamilton. New council, new ideas. We need to do a city building exercise and figure this out, and HATS is a great group of people who've come forward as concerned citizens, and I'm really proud to be part of this group.
Thank you, Don, very much for your presentation. Any questions from the committee? Councillor Kretsch, please.
Hi, Don. Thanks, good to see you. My question for you is around your comment at the beginning, your comment at the beginning was, hey, like, just to summarize, hey, like, why didn't we roll the red carpet out? And so I guess what I'm asking you in terms of that question is, do you see that there has been, since the inception of the idea of a group of volunteers coming forward, right, to today, there has been more criteria put in place, more rigor, more partnerships? Like, have you seen an evolution that would actually maybe recursively, you could be like, hey, it actually, it's good there was some conversations or evolution or time, or did you think like day one, this was ready to go and we missed an opportunity? I just want you to clarify that a little bit if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Thank you. Don, please.
Through the chair, they would have been ready to go last winter with a lot, but it wouldn't have been where it is now. I will freely admit that. The way it's evolved has been fantastic. It's given us time to shore up support and to advocate. But they were ready last winter. If there had been a space, I will say, quite honestly, as much as it's the crisis, they are probably 100 times ahead of where they were last winter, and last winter I felt they were relatively ready.
Thank you, Don. Councillor?
I'm just thinking a moment. I do have a question. I was thinking how to ask the question. The space barrier has been a real big piece of this puzzle, right? Where is this going to go? And like, look, a lot of that conversation's happened in public, so I'm not going to pretend that it hasn't. A lot of that conversation happened about Ward 2. A lot of that conversation happened about the lands at Sir Johnny MacDonald. And so, the school board said, hey, as someone who's involved in this group, like, where do you see the barrier there at this moment in time? Like, what is the barrier, like, from your perspective, to that happening, period? I would like to know what your perspective on that is.
Thank you. Don, can you just get a little bit closer to the microphone? Because we're broadcasting and they can't hear you.
Through the chair, just to clarify around the site, what was preventing the site? I have to admit, I'm an advisory committee. I haven't been involved in a lot of the site discussions, but I have gone on a few tours with them, and I've been actively looking for sites as well. There's a whole lot of things that go into this. Big part of it was, what about bathrooms and showers? A huge part. Basic things that we take for granted that people who are homeless are always stressed out about. And then the other piece was, it was bathrooms and showers, and there was one, and then a place to cook. And Wesley will be providing, in partnership with Hamilton Region Indian Center, we will be providing food from our catering social enterprise, hot meals at least once a day to everybody. And again, that's part of our food security program that we run. There's no cost to HATS for that or to the people. I think if we were to look at this in terms of, a place to live, but there's also going to be treatment happening at the same time. And it's not, the clinical treatment that you might think. It's just the natural treatment of having professionals involved in a relational, in a relational support role where trust is built. And once that trust is built, then we win, because then people start to get housed and they start to do wonderful things.
Councillor?
Thank you. I respect your answer, and I will save my comments for the comments part. Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you, Don, for appearing.
Thank you. I'd love to stay, but I've got a budget meeting I have to go to.
I hear you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much, and good work.
7.2D, I would like to call upon Brenda Duke of the Gibson and Lansdale Community Planning Team to come to the podium to begin your presentation.
Move very fast these days, sorry.
I don't either, so it's okay.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for hearing us today. My name is Brenda Duke. I live in the Gibson area of Ward 3, Gibson neighborhood, and in the Barton Village area. So before I moved here, I heard about Barton Street, and I heard there were drugs and sex workers and nobody worked, and it was unrelenting poverty. But I had a chance for a home that I could rent at a price I could afford. I met the neighbors. They were lovely people. there were parks and gardens and schools and recreation, and I thought, wow, this is a great place to make a home. And then in, I believe it was 2012, we were branded as the Code Red area. And everybody in that area were, again, maybe paraphrasing Steve's words, but they were drug addicts, homeless people, no education, and nobody worked. So we were all branded that way, and we fought hard to get past that branding. So because we cared about our neighborhoods, we worked through our community and decided on ways to make them better by working with the residents and engaging them. And other neighborhoods took up that mantle as well under the Hamilton Community Foundation support and neighborhood development. And we've seen positive things happening. We've seen communities coming together and people being invested and proud of their neighborhoods. So I remember the counselor at the time showed up at my door on a Sunday afternoon, and he said, I don't know what you're talking about, Brenda, but if you mean what you're saying and you're going to make this a better place to live, then we're here to support you. And so I kind of got roped in, you know. It was like I made a promise and now I have to keep it. And I've never regretted a minute of that. So what I'm trying to say is that even though we're seen as one type of neighborhood, that's not what we all are. And we have been called the North End of Ward 3. And for those of us that were around back in the day when that referred to the reputation of the old, true North End, that made us feel like we were being separated from the rest of the ward and being judged maybe because of our postal code or because we were the Code Red area. And we started to see new developments coming in. And these developments were all geared towards high acuity populations. And we have nothing but good things to say about these services. And we've worked with them. But we need to understand as neighborhoods and as residents in those neighborhoods. But they come in and it's done with like little or no involvement with the community. We get a notice and it says, come and meet your new neighbor. And it's like, I didn't even know the house was for sale, you know? So the latest proposal, which has kind of blindsided us again, is the proposal for the tiny huts, the tiny shelters at the corner of Barton and Earl Street. I learned about this on Monday. On Tuesday, we met with representatives from HATS for an informal discussion with the community. On Wednesday, the neighbors that live on Earl Street received their letter of notice in the mail, and on Thursday, there were 2 public meetings. There was no notice, not sufficient notice, but yet I would say probably easily 100 people showed up at the 2 sessions. And not to say, get out of our neighborhood, we don't want you. They were there to ask concerned, intelligent, knowledgeable questions. And while I applaud Julia, and we've had a conversation, and I said, you know what, if they let community and volunteers run everything, there wouldn't be any bureaucracy and things would get done. But that's just my personal feeling. So I certainly applaud the initiative because I've seen that in other community projects that have become sustainable over the years. But it's not a permanent fix. It's a temporary fix. And you have to live in a neighborhood to know whether something will fit and if you will fit. And
I'll ask you to wrap up now, please. You're a minute over.
I'm a minute over. I can't believe I talked that much. What we'd
You're
like,
asking me? I love to talk. Go ahead.
what we'd like to see is more of this community involvement. I don't think that HATS is fully prepared for all of the eventualities that they would have known about had they engaged us earlier. So we're asking you to wait. Let us fine-tune the project and support it and put it where it will do the most good. And let us keep our homes and let our businesses thrive on a revitalizing commercial corridor.
Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you.
Please don't go away. We do have a speaker that wants to ask you a question. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair Clark. Thank you, Brenda, for being here, and hi. So I was going to ask you what your biggest concern is, but you've mentioned it in passing at the end, which was the lack of involvement of the local community. And what I'm hearing from you is a very careful expression of that. In so much you're demonstrating that, you know, if it was up to you, community-led initiatives could, if they're truly led by community, do a lot of good.
Yes.
And so my question to you is, in the process of saying that, what is the biggest concern as HATS is described to us and has been shared to the public across Hamilton, is that it is a community-led initiative. And here you are as a Ward 3 resident in the vicinity of the location they've secured, saying that the process didn't involve you.
No.
Can you share a little bit more about that, please?
Thank you.
Well,
Councillor
like
Brenda,
I said,
please.
I heard on the Monday. So the owner of the property, Bill Curran, he actually called somebody and said, oh, by the way, this is what's going to happen on the parking lot that I own. And then we immediately had reached out to HATS to come and tell us what's going on. So that's not any notice, that's not any involvement. And, you know, it's an alternative, but you need to involve community. And so in addition to the lack of community involvement, I would say that we have to consider the people that already live there, the businesses that have come in with a vision for their future and their families, and try and blend them in instead of dump them in the middle of the street, you know, basically on a corner in a parking lot on a commercial corridor.
Thank you. Councillor, please.
Yeah, through you, Chair Clark. Brenda, if you could just the other day I was at the Barton Village BIA meeting, and there was an interesting mix of opinion around the table, and it wasn't on the agenda of the BIA's meeting, but in the conversations before and after the meeting, where most work happens, there was an interesting mix of opinion from some of those business owners that you referenced. Some of them are brand new. Some of them started up shop during the pandemic and are thriving. Some of them have been there a long time. Some own vacant storefronts, to be honest. The folks who are representing the new businesses are actually identified as fundraisers to the HATS initiative. And then some of the folks who are part of the vacant commercial lots are part of the folks who are saying, this isn't the right place for you. As somebody who lives there, what's your sense on the ground from the community in terms of support?
I think that any community is going to have variety of support, and it should have. And I know that we work closely with people that are already working with some of the more marginalized community. And, you know, Mission Services, Helping Hands, those are all in our neighborhood. And I know that your first instinct is to say, oh, this could help. I'm doing this, but if you do that, then it's going to be good. But without knowing, without, you know, without walking 2 blocks down Barton Street from my home and seeing it, I don't really know, you know? And I mean, if I didn't believe in the neighborhood and the community, then I would say, doesn't affect me. I've got my nice little house I stay in most of the time. You very seldom see me unless I'm in the garden. And, you know, it doesn't bother me. But I care about my community. And I care about the people that are saying, I don't want my kids to see that. And you have to talk to them and say, you have to convince people that it's not going to affect you in the worst way, because that's always your first instinct. What bad thing is this going to bring? That can't be good, you know. But it's not just that coming in. It's like I said, it's an accumulation, and it seems like, you know, we're just constantly finding out things at the last minute, and you know, we've fought so hard on the Barton Kenilworth study to keep street level commercial, and you know, hours and hours and delegations, and you know, and that was approved, and now you're putting residential on the street level of the commercial corridor that our BIA has been working very diligently to revitalize.
Thank you. Councillor, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, last question, and it's more about making sure I heard you right. Had there been more time for genuine conversations with the local neighbors to help alleviate some of the concerns that are being expressed to you, do you think that there would be more support? Or
I think if people understand what's happening, I mean, I think if you're given a choice, and I did, not that it makes me an expert by any means, but I did a research project when I took McMaster neighborhood building course. And our group had to choose a subject, and we chose safe injection sites. And one person was from the Beasley neighborhood, one person was from, I think, Waterdown, and then me, and they said, well, we have to pick a location. And I said, pick my hood, I need it, you know? And that's true, because we're the people that live in the neighborhood, and we see what could make it better. And then, you know, and then we find out, oh, there's one coming, here you go, here's a new neighbor. And it's like, wait, you know, but that research project that I did included how to do community engagement around it. And it was almost a 2-year process between individual meetings, public meetings, you know, getting all the stakeholders and partners on board. That was a 2-year process. And this latest project is basically 1 week as far as we know. And then we find out they've been thinking about it, you know, and we heard, oh, you know, tiny shelters and John A. Macdonald School, and, you know, but it didn't it didn't hit home that they were that close to move in, you know? So it just, everything seems to come at you so quickly. And I know it's difficult.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor. Those are my questions. Thank you, Brenda, for everything you do in the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further questions. Brenda, you did a remarkable job. Thank
Okay,
you for
thanks very
appearing today.
much.
7.2E, I'd like to call upon Scott Gervais to please come forward to the podium to begin your delegation. Let me know when you're ready, sir, and I'll begin timing you.
Thank you. Before I do, I just like to point out this is new to me, and I also have a diagnosed anxiety issue, so I apologize if I'm not following protocol or something. You can just correct me. I will do my best.
You'll do fine, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So if I can continue with what Brenda was saying, on Thursday, they had the 2 information sessions. On Friday, they had a public announcement that this is what was going to happen. And on Monday, they were cap in hand asking you for money, right? We weren't included in this at all. I don't know if am I able to pass a document out to each of the councillors?
Through to the clerk, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
While that's happening, is my time ticking?
No, I can stop it for you. No
Thank you, I
problem.
appreciate it. I apologize, I only printed out 5. I guess I needed 7.
It's okay, I'm fine. I catch up real fast.
Okay.
If you need that for yourself, that's fine. Okay, thank you. So you will have 4 minutes and 30 seconds beginning from now.
Does this gentleman want a copy? Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, so what you have is information that HATS published on their own website. I would have submitted it with my request to speak here, except that at that time when I went to go back to it, it had been scrubbed from their website. Now that doesn't surprise me, because when I spoke with them on that Thursday, it was very clear that they were in contradiction of many, many points of their own publication, and they weren't even aware of it. I have 3 pages that are earmarked for you. The very first one is the organizational chart. You'll notice that it does not include anyone to be a liaison with the neighborhood outside of communications, right? There was no consideration at any time, while they had time to speak with all of the other individuals or organizations involved, not once did they ever consider speaking with us. You talk about their decision-making framework. We are not a part of it. I noted during today's meeting that their first year is $600,000, and that's what they told us at our meeting for 10 people. That's $60,000 per person. If you look on the next page that I have marked, the HATS site selection criteria, most of you saw the presentation that they had. I'll just highlight a few points here. First of all, the size of property that they're referencing is nowhere close to their own demands. I'll point out that Julia Kolick today referenced many times that her intention was to deal with the homeless downtown, where she lives. And the very first thing that it says in this selection criteria is that this facility will be outside of the city core, where she lives. The site also has no hydro, no water, no sewage. It requires, according to them, minimal impact to residential neighborhoods. It's right beside a house in a neighborhood. They state that they want it to be in a light industrial area in the north end of Hamilton. Well, this is clearly not an industrial area at all. Today, we spoke of transparency. The first time they discuss the neighborhood at all in their own document is on the second last page. That is the very first time they mention neighborhood. And they refer to it, sorry, yeah, that's the third mark that I have here. And they refer to it regarding NIMBYism. They know that they're not talking to our neighborhood. They know that they're going to get resistance because of it, and we're a problem for them, right? It's NIMBYism. You know, people steal packages from on top of my stairs and shoot up underneath them. If you had that problem and an organization was ramming through an effort to bring more people into your neighborhood who take part in that type of behavior, would you call your own concern NIMBYism? That's how they're looking at us. We're a problem. HAT says this is temporary. They say that it's a pilot project. You give them a foothold in this city, and they're coming for your ward next, right? This is a pilot project. Except for, of course, Julie Kolek's neighborhood, which she's already indicated they're moving these people out of.
Let's try not to impugn motive when it's not
Pardon
necessary.
me?
Let's try not to impugn motive.
The YWCA is an established, trusted, experienced neighbor, and they have a massive shortfall. Why not support organizations such as them with our finite amount of money? An organization such as theirs, they have a proven track record. Councillor Nan. You have shown time and again you are willing to sacrifice this end of your ward to keep your end safe and clean.
Point of order.
That again is impugning motive, and it's inconsistent with our procedural rules. The rules are very clear that no person in attendance at a council meeting or committee meeting shall be disrespectful. And so you can't impugn motives to someone in the meeting.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. My next statement, please correct me. I don't think that this falls under that. I know that Councillor Nan received 4,000 votes in the last election. Walter Furlan received 3,000 votes his first time around. From 0 to 3,000 in one election. This is a movement. So Councillor Nan can decide how many votes against her that she's willing to awaken. And to the rest of the councillors, Councillor Nan wants to sacrifice our neighborhood. She wants to defund the police. So you can decide if you want your name associated with hers as this movement grows beyond Ward 3. Thank you.
Point of order.
Thank you. Point of order has been called. Councillor.
Just for the record, I'm very proud to have my name associated with Councillor Nan, and I think those comments are not in keeping with this deliberation.
Thank you. It's not a point of order, but thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your attendance today here, sir.
Thank you.
Our next delegate is 7.25. I would like to call upon Maddie Ann Lothian Smith. We are Ward 3-2. Please come to the podium to begin your delegation, and feel free to correct me if I mispronounced your name. My apologies. And just pull that mic down to you. Pull the mic close to you so we can hear
I
you.
ate my Wheaties. Hi, everybody. My name is Mandy, and I'm a proud constituent of Ward 3. I came here at the end of 14 and I've never looked back. It's one of the best decisions I've ever made. I was automatically brought into community involvement, engagement. There was beautiful alleys, the strategic plan, and I pick up a lot of garbage, you know, that's one of my rules. And I just noticed that more recently, we seem to be getting these meetings on 24 hours notice, which I struggle with because I can't always be there, if you know what I mean. I can't necessarily get to it right away. And I don't understand the logic behind it, but in this particular case with the HATS initiative, I'm struggling a little. Now, I think HATS is a wonderful initiative, and I've been homeless several times, so I understand what they're trying to do and the role behind it. What I struggle with is, as it was talked to earlier, things happening at the last possible minute. I hear things like 5 zeros with a ever-changing number in front of it. Well, now we're into 6 zeros. And I don't know what point that's going to end. I understand that it's a new program and that people are still filling things in. But understand this, I found out about this less than 2 weeks ago. And now I have to fill in, try to dig up as much information as possible. And it's not easy because it keeps changing. But I want to show you something, okay? This is the City of Hamilton Housing and Homeless Action Plan. Now, quite frankly, I've never spoken to a city council before, so I unfortunately did not bring copies of this. But this is brilliant. What you have is a 10-year plan for how we're going to manage these situations, and it's extremely well thought out. One of the things that I would hearken to is on page 17, and I will quote if you don't mind. Ensure that affordable housing options are available in all areas of the city, including Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Binbrook, and Upper Stony Creek. Everybody, okay? This includes purpose-built 1- and 2-bedroom units to help seniors and small households in these areas of Hamilton. And that's from the expert survey, okay? What I'm saying is, it's everybody. We all have accountability for this. You have 5,500 homeless people in the city of Hamilton. It's a jump since last year, possibly because of the pandemic and some landlords letting people loose and what have you. What I'm proposing is really very simple. I am not asking for money today. You'll be pleased to know. But I do have a background in strategic planning, so I'm going to make this really easy. Excuse me, please. X-axis, all your costs, all your funding, point for point for point, in a P&L fashion, profit and loss statement. Further, explode it out over the next 4 years. If we can do this for 10 years, we can most certainly do it for 4, if you're with me. The idea is that we want to incorporate all costs, but more importantly, what can we afford? You know, this is one word, but I mean, looking at it in totality, looking at it in totality, can we afford this? And I think you have to be very realistic and grounded. There's something else I want to bring up at this point too. And in digging around, I found out that 8% of our community is Black. Are we doing anything specifically for people of color? I also found out that we are 11% Francophone. Are we doing anything for them? Now, I'm thinking, well, we can have a caravana, we can have a winter carnival, like a number of different things. But I really feel that our community is capable of so much. I've seen it. I know what they can do. And I just believe that we need to have more notice. We need direct community involvement. We need a liaison with the community. And we want the ability to periodically say, you know what, I don't think we can do this. And I think that P&L talks to that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask for clarification for the record? You indicated 5,500 homeless?
To the best of I was able to dig up, 5,500 homeless people. It was a slight increase versus LY because obviously landlords are now evicting people and what have you. So we have, and if I take that number and I compare it to Toronto, it's actually on parity. By population, we're pretty well getting the same number of homeless people that they are. As a landlord, I accommodate them all the time. You know, I just rent rooms. It's nothing fancy, but, you know, I've been there. I know what it's like. So we can all make that effort, I believe.
I appreciate that. Any other councillors have questions? Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through you, Councillor Clark. Thank you, Mandy, for coming, and thank you for your delegation. And you just mentioned right now at the end that you're a landlord. Just wondering how many properties do you have in the ward, and how many people are you proudly housing?
I'm allowed a maximum of 3 because of my insurance policy.
Got it. Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
And if I
Maddie?
might add, thank you very much. Merci bien et miigwech.
Thank you. 7.2G, councillors. I'd like to call upon Michael Pasquale to please come to the podium and to begin your delegation. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
It's our pleasure. Please proceed.
My name is Michael Pasquale, and my family have been residents of Earl Street for over 60 years. We are not just the community of Ward 3, we are the stakeholders of Ward 3. It's where our children go to school, it's where we go to church, it's where we live, work, and have businesses. The HATS program does have good intentions, but their perception and delivery of the program to the public paints a picture of all the good and omits all the negatives that can come out of this program. For instance, the particular location on the corner of Barton and Earl Street is widely disapproved by the stakeholders in Ward 3 with no support from residents and businesses, and rightfully so, as it may have a devastating impact on the businesses as well as the value of the houses in the neighborhood. There's no disputing we have a homelessness issue in Hamilton. However, choosing to house 10 people is a very small drop in the bucket to combat homelessness that the city of Hamilton and Ward 3 needs. But the massive ripple effect and impact that the drop going into the bucket creates for the stakeholders in Ward 3 can have an extremely negative consequence. By funding the HATS proposal, you're hurting the stakeholders in Ward 3 by placing it in the location that it was chosen. It would be fair and safe to say it would lower the property values starting at the corner of Barton and Earl Street and most of the Gibson neighborhood where it is being placed, easily from $10,000 to $50,000 per house. Considering Earl Street has around 40 houses and it's a small closed-end street, the impact and financial losses could be at minimum $400,000 to $2 million on Earl Street alone. And just 5 blocks down Barton Street in each direction, and now we have all the businesses and hundreds of houses that the combined losses are easily in the tens of millions of dollars, all incurred in small increments by each individual resident, but add up very quickly, and would make the neighborhood undesirable to live, potentially uprooting and displacing residents of the neighborhood, adding extra expenses in doing so. Not to mention the potential for not having businesses want to invest in the area, as well as the suffering of the existing local business that have already suffered enough during COVID closures and just starting to get back on their feet. To paint a picture for you, visualize Hamilton as a big grassy backyard and one portion of the backyard representing Ward 3. Then a dog is introduced and the dog put on a run, and the dog runs back and forth on one side of the backyard. Eventually the grass will start to get torn up in that area of the backyard and will not be as attractive as the rest of the grass. In order to resolve the problem, you need to move the dog, run occasionally, so that the ground does not get to a point where you can see bare ground and the grass is ripped up. It needs time to heal, just like our neighborhood. Do not misinterpret this for not in our backyard. What we're really saying is not in our part of the yard anymore, as Ward 3 needs a break to regrow. I would like to say I would not like to see our tax dollars go to support something that may do some good but is strongly opposed in the proposed location. and negatively affect our stakeholders of Ward 3. I think it should be away from residential areas as well as away from businesses that can be negatively impacted and affect the livelihoods of the people that live around it. HATS mentioned in their literature they spent a great deal of time consulting police, fire, emergency services, wraparound services, and they have done the due diligence, completing all the surveys, data collection with all the statistics, pie charts, bar graphs in their planning stages as responsible and trustworthy organizations should. If HATS was actually trying to be a good neighbor, as they claim in their marketing, they would have actually consulted the key stakeholders of Ward 3 prior to securing the site and did not want to survey our stakeholders as they were confident they would have high opposition, so they only provided high approvals and other statistics that would work in their favor and marketing and proposals. They simply do not care about the negative results their actions would have on the area once implemented, only to advance their agenda. That being said, why did HATS neglect to have or include a negative impact analysis in any of their marketing, website, or proposals for the location? Even today, there was no negative impact on their proposals. It will certainly have a bad impact on the Ward 3 residents, and not have any not consulting the stakeholders prior to announcing the location. The only answer is they were very purposely avoiding the truth or negligence. Either way, this is not how a responsible, trustworthy, credible organization should operate and should not receive the funding, as there are certain and other possible unforeseen negative impacts they are omitting and will present themselves if funding is received and implemented. The financial losses and reduced quality of life for our stakeholders, combined with the misleading information from HATS, should be more than sufficient to reject funding and the proposed location.
And that's your time, so if you could please wrap up.
I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from the councilors? Thank you very much for appearing today. I sincerely appreciate it, Michael. 7.2H, I'd like to call upon Marianne McNanny to please come to the podium to begin your delegation.
I'm virtual.
Okay.
Okie dokie. I'm a modern girl, and oh, there I am. Oh yay. Okay, I'd like to start by introducing myself. My name is Marianne McNanny. I'm a registered social worker who's focused for the past 37 years.
Marianne, if you could hold on for 1 second. Marianne, can you turn your camera on?
I don't know. It was just on.
There you go.
Oh, there you go. Oh, wait.
Okay, let's start over, okay? Your 5 minutes begins now.
Thank you. And I want to apologize right now. I am nowhere near as eloquent as my previous speakers we had here. So my name is Marianne McNanny. I'm a registered social worker whose focus for the past 35 years has been working with individuals with co-occurring disorders. I have experience working with the homeless population in the both urban and suburban settings, as well as the rural homeless individuals who are unfortunately better known in some areas as the hidden homeless. I support the concept of temporary shelters as a response to the housing crisis and homelessness crisis that we are experiencing in our area. I definitely don't want that message to be lost in what I'm about to say. So my focus here today is regarding the actual location and the overall planning and the safety of the temporary tiny houses in which HATS proposes to place at the 647 Barton Street East. So I want to bring this to your attention without bias, without vehemence, through a harm reduction and trauma-informed lens. So first, I want to note that I 100% appreciate all the community supports that HATS has put in place. However, I do believe that our HPS and all the social NAVs are stretched fairly thin as it is. I've witnessed their response times to be fairly slow due to staffing issues. I also want to appreciate the help of Wesley. They're a fantastic organization, and I want to acknowledge that as well. But moving forward, I see some safety issues, and I'm going to start by just talking about the proposed occupation agreement that they want to do. So I appreciate this will be driven based on the Persons with Lived with Experience report and the HATS research report dated April 2022. So it hasn't quite been developed yet, so I understand it. But however, I think with any occupancy agreement, and especially one in this situation, there will be a very high turnover if a trauma-informed lens is not used whenever a violation occurs. And if this lens is not used, then how is this plan considered sustainable and a segue to permanent housing as stated by HATS? Some of the safety concerns that I have, and again, this is through my experience, is guest rules from my experience are extremely difficult to enforce. And I can understand why anybody in that situation who lives there would want to have guests come in. From my experience, I want to bring all my friends and the people that I know that are homeless into my own home. Like I would do that in a heartbeat if I was in a situation where I could do it in a safe manner. So I understand where they're coming from. So it's going to be very difficult to enforce in that area. A fence and cameras is what I see would be introduced. That's only going to add and create an institutional feel, which is not a very good focus to take from a trauma-informed level. I know this area very well. The drug dealers around here are relentless. They're very competitive and territorial. And those who are addicted to this supply, especially those with the co-occurring disorders, are also relentless and desperate to maintain their supply. And this, I feel, is a recipe for disaster at this particular location. It is setting us up for a proverbial fox in the henhouse idiom. Only in this situation, we're definitely going to see an influx of foxes. I fear for bed bugs and cockroaches will be an ongoing issue without diligent attention for prevention and elimination from all. That's going to cost a lot of money. My next concern and foremost in my mind is fire. Although the structures themselves are sprayed with a fire retardant, personal property is not. And from statistically, historical, and from what I've seen in my experience, the personal property in such a small area from a homeless individual can be quite the accumulation. And that type of stuff presents both fuel and escape hindrances if a fire was to occur in one of those units. Often it's the toxic smoke from that combustion of those personal possessions and the furniture which becomes lethal to the victim. It's very difficult to ensure doors and windows remain clear of obstacles. The location itself and the population, the neighborhood was not consulted like some of the people before me have spoken about.
Mary Ann, that's your time, so
Oh,
can
is
you
it
please
really?
wrap up?
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 minutes goes by fast.
Oh, so, and I
Please
do
wrap
tend
up.
to
No, it's okay. Please wrap up.
But just from my experience, and I'm using situations like I know the people around here. Not just the residents or the individuals that live on the street. Not all of them, but quite a few of them. I talk to them. As a matter of fact, well, there's quite a few people that I know that are listening and that'll attest to that. It's just this particular location. It's I'm not doing it from any NIMBY standpoint. There has to be a place that's better than that location. I hate to.
And thank you. We'll take that as your time then. Any questions for Mary Ann, please, from the committee? Councillor Maureen Wilson and then Councillor Nan, or vice versa. Councillor Nan.
Thank you through you, Chair. Thank you, Marianne, for being here this afternoon. I was wondering if you could just get into a little bit more detail around your concerns from a trauma-informed perspective. You mentioned the fence and cameras.
Oh, yeah.
So from your field of expertise, Anything else you want to share regarding the trauma-informed concerns?
Thank you, Councillor. Marianne, please.
Oh, thank you, Council, Miss Nan. I don't know what to call you, but anyway, so like, do you understand what I'm talking about, though? How the cameras and the fences, um, well, are triggers. Like every single person I've worked with, they're a product of, I hate to use the word failure, but let's just say a maladaptive or malformed foundation in their human growth and development from the time they were born to the very time right now that we're seeing them as a homeless individual. So institutionalization with a group of homes together like that with a fence around it in that very small space on the corner of that address, and Mrs. Nan, that is what I'm referring to, that specific spot, not tiny homes in general, not in a larger spread out area. Just that location is just too confined. And I feel that that in itself, plus the badgering they're going to receive, and I know they will, from the residents, business owners who themselves have been traumatized by what they've experienced, by those around us that are just hell bent on bombarding us with their own criminal activity.
Thank you. Councillor, please.
I hope that answers some of your questions.
I was just curious about the trauma-informed perspective you're bringing to your delegation. So if I could just confirm what I heard, you said that it was concerns about the fence camera and confinement, as well as tension they may experience from other people in the neighborhood.
Oh, definitely.
Okay, that's
Not
it.
to
Thank
mention
you.
the barrage and influx of those involved in criminal activity. They're going to want to feast upon them.
Thank you, Marianne.
You're welcome.
Councillor Nan, any further questions? Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Again, my apologies to the chair and my members that my to speak button is not working, so.
Yeah, mine isn't either, so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your delegation. Again, you used the term throughout your delegation, trauma-informed lens. And within that context, you just discussed the environment. So what would be therefore how some of the things you would look for in site selection, if not this site, for the very
right
things that you've referenced, which is small site, this particular neighborhood, the fencing. I'm just trying to see the opposite through the chair.
Ideally, I mean, without sounding a little too utopic, which our social workers tend to want to do when we envision, progress and success. Obviously, a larger, spread out area with much more greenery, much less concrete, much less buildings in the immediate area. As a matter of fact, everything listed in the one, where I see it, and the one where they said the must-haves and will-haves. The sites may have all the must-haves, but has few as the nice-to-haves on that list. And somebody want to bring that back up for us to look for. I don't know if you've seen the actual spot or not, ma'am, but literally on a corner. It's not very large. Mr. Gervais pointed that out, but it's not. So spread out, more greenery, like what I said, all of that. No fence. Yes, for sure, cameras. A little bit more, personal space. This that does not have sewage. They're going to have outhouses, which probably are better than going in the woods. But nonetheless, in that small space, it's just going to be horrid. To me, it'll be just like a little miniature prison spot. So, going back to what I said, larger spread out area, more greenery, without a doubt. Definitely these services that I'm hearing that are coming in. Oh my goodness, like every single social navigator I've ever met with the Hamilton Police Force, and some of them that are EMTs, are just amazing individuals. I can't brag about them more, but the site must not have a lot of type triggers, in my opinion, from my experience. You're welcome.
Councillor, any follow-up?
I think it would be professionally through the chair to you then, when you in your practice are engaging with people who don't have a particular home, is it typical for individuals to relate maybe more to trauma than to promise? Meaning, you go to what you know, which can be traumatic because that is your norm, as opposed to some of the indicators which you've talked about, like
I 100%
space and sorry.
Yeah, I hear exactly what you're saying. Let me give you a little bit of a comparison to that. What you just said is in fact true, but you can be directly related to how a individual, let's just say a woman who is in an abusive relationship, um, will stay in that abusive relationship, and once, if ever, God giving that it is terminated, the tendency is to find another one exactly like it, and then again and again and again and again and again. Is that normal? Darn right it is, ma'am. Is that healthy? No. And that is exactly where I would have 100% confidence in the Wesley staff and the Canadian Association of Mental Health team, who are a beyond fantastic group of men and women, to help them realize through their contact with them. So, yes, what you're saying, but it is not a healthy way. Just because it's a go-to does not make it healthy and is not a segue for them to move forward.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor?
No, I appreciate your insight. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Those are all the questions, Marianne. Thank you so much for logging in today and giving us your insight. We sincerely appreciate it.
Have a wonderful day, guys. I'm out. Bye. Thank you.
Bye. 7.2I, I'd like to call upon Amber Ross to please come to the podium to begin your delegation.
Hello.
Just pull that microphone down so we can hear you. Perfect.
Okay. Hi, my name's Amber Ross, and for the last year, I have been homeless myself. It wasn't obviously something planned. It wasn't a lifestyle that I chose. It wasn't, something that was amazing. It was actually the most horrible thing that I've ever had to endure in my entire life. And, being 32, it's been pretty long so far. So I think what HATS is proposing is an amazing thing. Not having any choices or not having the proper resources when you're amongst many other people that are homeless, it really is a big eye-opener. I myself, I have a college degree. I grew up in, almost like the Pleasantville neighborhood, family, everything else. And it's just the way things went. I was in a 15-year, very abusive relationship. And then I chose to kind of throw that away and do something for myself. And that was to change my life for myself and my daughter. My daughter's currently with my mother. Not by choice, of course, not having a stable place to live and a proper place to rest both of our heads. That was the main concern. So, of course, she's been with her. But most importantly, if I had been given an opportunity to, take advantage of one of these programs like Tiny Hats, or Tiny Homes, I would have definitely done so. However, obviously, they hadn't had everything in place yet, and there was a matter of, funding, and there still is. You can't put a price on a place to live, I guess. Nobody, I guess, really thinks about that until they're faced with not having a home. And then, it kind of sets in at that point. But, some of the obstacles, even getting, food on a daily basis, getting a shower, having, anything proper go on is almost, not a thing. We have no routine, no proper way of doing things. There's no, rhyme or reason to anything that like we do on a daily basis because we don't have a place to kind of step up from, so transitionally, I think that it's a fantastic thing for people. In terms of there not being enough resources for homeless individuals, I do strongly feel that there isn't. As I said, you're one person amongst many homeless, and I don't feel that like we're individualized and our needs are met. But I think in a program like this, maybe they'd be able to focus on, individuals by themselves, and also like address a lot of the issues that we face. Mental health is one of the biggest things that I find that, I ran into when I was on the street, as well as drug use and overdose. In the last few weeks, I have had 2 deaths of people that I know very closely. I found a good friend of mine in his tent. He was deceased, and it was one of the hardest things I've ever had to face in my life. But I also realized that, because of the drug use and because of the fact that nobody's out there to monitor these things or to be there with you. I mean, a lot of the times it happens, and they don't post these things. They don't put these things up on obituaries or online saying, "Hey, this person died of an overdose." It's more of like a out of sight, out of mind, and it still happens. People that get to sit warm in their homes and not think about these things. I mean, it's fantastic for them, but we're still around. The homeless people, we don't, just because we're not right in their faces and we're not throwing up a flag saying, "Hey, we're homeless," just because we're not doing that doesn't mean that we're any less of people. We have families and we have lives that we'd love to get back to as well. I was fortunate enough recently to find a one-bedroom apartment for myself and my partner. But even still, even the after effects of homelessness, you can't, fix. I still take my backpack the odd time to the bathroom, forgetting that, I don't have to watch my stuff so closely. And, I guess at some point, I stay up throughout the night just because, but before I had to stay up just to watch my partner's back to make sure he was okay. And we would switch off, every single night. It would either be him up or me up, but either way, one of us was up to watch each other. We faced being robbed by people, beaten up. I had a friend of mine get beaten up in her own tent. There's a lot of safety issues and safety concerns with the way that the homeless population has to live. I think a program like tiny homes would be fantastic for just safety, for drug administering. I don't think that it's something that should be eliminated, because regardless, it's still going to happen, location or not. They're still going to find a way to get to their dealers and to get their supply. It's just going to obviously become more desperate for them to do so, and in desperation, people do some crazy things. So yeah, if I had, as I said, if I had the opportunity to be in the tiny homes project, I would have definitely taken part in it. On terms of them picking people just by criteria, I think they should just take 10 people that are homeless and see how it goes, because I mean, there's still a huge population of homeless people in the end. So transitionally, there should be a time allotment that's maybe set in order for these people to, get their lives together, look for proper housing, stable housing for themselves, and of course to obtain, the funding to do so. The city doesn't quite give you enough, I would say, to pay rent. As with the price of everything these days, it's insane almost. I lucked out and I was able to find a place for $800 for a 1-bedroom apartment, and that's unheard of right now. So I definitely lucked out in that sense. But even what I get as a single individual for a rent is not enough. I obviously, without the help of my partner, I wouldn't be able to do that right now. So there's many things that come after being homeless that no one's touched upon so far. And even now, finding food and doing the rest of it after rent's paid is almost impossible. So I find myself at the same places like the Hub, the Wesley Center, all these different organizations that help the homeless. I find myself there even though I have a place to live now. It's still very much a big part of my life. A lot of the people that I've met as well, on my journey, they've become a huge part of my life. And knowing that they're out there still, fighting every day to find a place and to, be somewhere safe is a big thing. And as I heard somebody say already that they wish they could take everybody in and have them in their home, but it's the same thing. I have a lot of friends on the street, and they're always asking me if they can come over and use my shower and do the things that they need to do. And it's very hard for me to say no, but at the same time, I understand why people do say no.
Thank you, Amber. Can you wrap up? I've let you go a little bit over.
No,
but
that's okay.
You were telling us some really traumatic stories that we needed to hear from you. So
Okay, well, I hope I made a difference, and thank you so much for having
please
me.
don't go away because we do have questioners. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I just, in practice this term, I feel like when residents like Amber come to share their stories, it's just, I don't have a question. I just want to acknowledge you for sharing your experiences and your healing journey and say, I am sorry for your losses.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for attending today.
Thank you.
Sincerely, we wish you well. 7.2J, Tanya Clemente. I'd like to call upon Tanya to come down to the podium to begin your delegation. Just pull that microphone down towards you, and for some reason it's not. There we go, now it's on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Give me one sec.
No problem.
Thank
When
you.
you start speaking, I'll start timing.
Okay, I don't think I'll go 5 minutes, but my name is Tanya. I'm a resident of Ward 3. I would like to start by saying that we were never consulted regarding the latest initiative from HATS. We were simply told about it. HATS informed us of this project the night before the press release in the Hamilton Spectator. It seemed more like an afterthought to give the illusion that Ward 3 was consulted. We were not. To say that Ward 3 has a disproportionate amount of social services is an understatement. Just within walking distance of my home, I will have a methadone clinic, a homeless shelter, a safe injection site, and a halfway house. Would this be considered acceptable in any other ward? This will segregate most of Hamilton's social services into one area with blatant disregard for the well-being and quality of life for the residents of Ward 3. This will impede any progress Ward 3 has made, which has taken decades. You are hindering our ability as a community to prosper. We, the residents of Ward 3, deserve to live in a safe, desirable neighborhood. We have worked very hard for it. It should not be the responsibility of Ward 3 residents to shoulder all of society's issues, although it certainly feels like it. It should also be noted that this is not a NIMBY issue, as the majority of social services are already concentrated in Ward 3. I honestly feel like this is just discrimination. Every social service, dump it in Ward 3. I wasn't even aware of the injection site coming in until that meeting about HATS. This is all new, but yet something else within walking distance of my home. That's all I wanted to say. It just seems very disproportionate. These should be spread out a little bit, I think.
Thank you. Any questions of the delegate? Seeing none, we thank you for appearing today.
Thank you.
The last delegate that I think I have on my list is Jean L. Fair.
I hate bifocals, so I have to switch everything.
And
Hi.
just pull that microphone in front of you. It's on your, that's it. There you go. Perfect. Please
Hi,
begin.
my name's Jean Fair, and thanks for having us all here to let us speak our minds. As a concerned citizen of Ward 3, my focus today is the lack of any community consultation with Ward 3 residents regarding the significant increase of social housing and services being brought into our neighborhood. Our councillor, Narinder Nan, was quoted in The Spectator as saying, "I think it's disgusting that folks that aren't very keen on delivering an entertainment district and an exciting and energetic, vibrant downtown core aren't able to see that there can be a coexistence of realities." The attitude she was describing is what has propelled so many social services into Ward 3. Issue 1, transparency. The Spectator editorial on October 15, 2022, right before the municipal election said, "It doesn't make much sense to open a consumption and treatment center site where drug users won't use it," which suggests that the problem was in Ward 3, which is where 2 CTS sites are being created 1.6 kilometers apart. The Ward 2 facility is closing as their staff and residents move into the new Ward 3 facility at 430 Cannon Street East. The other facility will be at 746 Barton Street East. No meaningful input was allowed the citizens. The city's website, has a map of the opioid-related paramedic incidents between January 1st, 2017 and August 12th, 2021, which totally obfuscates their data. North of the Bay, community names are quite legible when scaled up in size. South of the Bay, the very reason for the map, where the hot spots are, there are no community names. There's not even the dividing line between the wards. Apparently, even the Spectator was unable to decipher the data, or they would have learned that of the opioid paramedic 911 calls, 39.8% were in Ward 2, and 25.2% were in Ward 3, 15% less. By the Spectator's logic, Ward 2 should have the largest CTS site, Ward 3 a smaller one, and the remaining 35% spread throughout the rest of the city according to the opioid incidence. Unfortunately, the Spectator's editorial allowed people to be comfortable with so many services coming to Ward 3 because they thought we needed it. As there has been no transparency for mission services in the past, we were advised after the fact, not consulted. It would be foolish of us to expect transparency in the future. This committee granted mission services the right to operate a shelter for 108 men. Now they have requested a minor alteration, not a small matter to the locals, to build an extension on their south side of the parking lot, which could house an additional 36 beds. If they are being transparent and they intend to keep their numbers at 108 as the community was assured, then keep that area as a green space for the residents. That would be a huge benefit both to the men and to the neighboring community. Issue 2, density. What of the rights of local residents and businesses if the men at Mission Services, with twice as many men as were at James Street North, linger out of doors here too? Father Tony Odell, founder of the Damasinade Door, 1 block away, is already concerned, before they move in, about increased demands, feeding over 500 people per day, every day, with numbers continually growing. He told attendees at Mission Services headquarters on September 21st that, in spite of being offered 3 meals daily at their own shelters, people came from a considerable distance to eat at the Damasinade Door. Mission Services men will, no doubt, also want a good meal. So will Good Shepherd's residents at Old Cathedral High School. With no public consultation to date and just a few blocks away, Good Shepherd is actively searching $100 million in funding for an undisclosed target population at Old Cathedral High School. In summary, it's time for both counselors and the city staff to be open and transparent with Ward 3 residents and to engage in true community consultation in a timely fashion regarding plans for all social housing and services that affect our neighborhood. Boy, I was nervous. That's it.
You did well,
Thank
Jean.
you.
Thank you. Any questions for our delegate, please? Councillor Nan.
Thank you, and thank you, Jean, for being here this afternoon. When I was at the community meeting that I had to rush out of because my daughter had a fever, you asked me a question about radial separation. Can you just ask me that question again, please?
Well, we thought that radial separation was struck down about 2015, Samarola, and then we found what was it? Hats told us that Jason Farr has raised radial separation to prevent Hats from using Sir John A's lot there. And so that set us all into a flurry. And we find out now that it is being discontinued. And first off, they're discontinuing it in the least dense neighborhoods, and they're apparently leaving it along the commercial routes and I forget what the second thing. Anyway, nowadays, shouldn't say it, but I have to wonder if the only reason that the Salvation Army hasn't already moved is so that Jason Farr could say radial separation, well, you know, so that they couldn't come into Ward 2. So my question, you know, we'd like to know what protection we have, and they've jammed so much stuff into our place already. I'm in Stinson, but they're getting rid of it when everything else seems settled everywhere else in the city.
Thank you. Through you, Councillor Clark, Chair Clark, what I recall in my notes from the community meeting was, your question was, what is the municipal application of radial separation? And when do those decisions get made and how? That was the note I wrote down. It may have been my interpretation of your question.
Sorry.
And the reason why I wanted you to bring it here was so that I could publicly ask the question following the delegations in the report. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Jean. Any further questions of our delegate? Seeing none, thank you very much for attending today.
Thanks.
Councillors, may I please have a move and a seconder to receive the delegations 7.1, 7.2, A to J, and 7.3. Councillor Wang and Councillor Nan. Madam Clerk, if you can put the question up, please, I appreciate it. Votes up, councillors. That vote carries 6-0. We're now moving on to item 8 in our agenda. 8.1 is the Seniors Advisory Committee Annual Report. No, it happened just when there's a Senior Advisory Committee. I'd like to call upon Penelope Petrie, Chair of the Seniors Advisory Committee.
Yes.
There you are.
Yes, thank you. This is our yearly report. So, and Lisa Maychak is handling the slides. So we are consider ourselves to be a credible communication vehicle regarding quality of life for all seniors in the city of Hamilton. And we provide a forum for consumers and deliverers of senior services and facilitate to identify issues, explore possible remedies, and work to implement them. We have up to 19 members. Currently, we have a full complement of members, and our members are quite diverse in terms of backgrounds and interests. So in terms of 2022, our monthly meeting activity, we reached a quorum at every one of our meetings, an average of 15 members attending. We received 10 total delegations and presentations and submitted 5 CCRs to ENCS. I consider it to be probably our most important thing that we are doing at the moment is we are a full partner with the City of Hamilton and the Council on Aging in the development, governance, and implementation of Hamilton's plan for an age-friendly community, 2021 to 2026. And we were involved in the first plan for an age-friendly city, 2014 to 2019. And SAC has member representation on both the Age Friendly Collaborative Committee and the Age Friendly Governance Committee. We have 4 very active working groups that are aligned with the objectives of the Age Friendly Plan. We have communications, elder abuse, housing, and getting around Hamilton. We have members who are also involved on a lot of external committees, such as Vision Zero, Our Future Hamilton, MIRA, the Ontario Health Coalition, the Senior of the Year Awards, International Day of Older Persons, and the Seniors Kickoff event. So some of the things we've done in the last year was heat mitigation. The housing group did a lot of research on global heat mitigation strategies and local bylaws. And as well, they made a submission of a CCR to the ENCS committee, which included recommendations. The communication working group has been involved with the city's new website and provided a lot of feedback and suggestions to improve it, especially the seniors page. So the homepage of the city site now has a direct link to the landing page of seniors resources. Larger font size, it's an easier to navigate site and the landing page. And the chairs of all of the working groups have been attending the Age-Friendly Collaborative Committee meetings to present on achievements from their respective working groups and to meet the goal champions for the various areas of the plan. In addition, in terms of elder abuse, they have been collaborating with the Hamilton Police Services Senior Support Officer to provide more information on elder abuse on the HPS website. The housing group provided wrote a motion on secondary dwelling units supporting the concept for lots designated for single-family homes. We produced a brochure and a banner for engagement events. And in 2022, SAC participated in the Senior Kickoff event, the International Day of Older Persons, and ACPD's Accessibility Fair. In 2023, SAC plans to broaden our engagement efforts to connect with more seniors in order to inform them of the purpose and work of SAC. And just to note that the engagement work is why we've requested an increase in funding for 2023. Yes, and we have also provided some financial support to some of the events that are aimed at seniors in the city. That's us.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kretsch has some questions for you, please.
Hi, Chair Petrie, how are you? Thank you so much for this informative presentation. What I noticed from your presentation, which as a former chair of an advisory committee myself, one thing I really noticed is that the processes you have developed over the course of what seems like, and when I've talked to some other colleagues, a legacy of handover from chair to chair, some really instantiated and well-developed ways of reaching out to communities and networks through the city, lots of working groups, and frankly, like a very robust understanding of your role as an advisory committee. I'll say, having talked to the chairs of almost every advisory committee and members of many advisory committees, that's just not the case everywhere else, right? Other advisory committees don't have the same legacy of robustness of a developed plan, integration with city services, ability to deliver services as an advisory committee, which frankly is a novel idea. I'm getting to my question. So my question to you is, do you see an opportunity somewhere where you could, through some forum, lend your expertise or have conversations with or be in dialogue with other advisory committees about how everyone can get to the same place that you're at?
Thank you. Penelope, please.
Oh, that's a very interesting idea. I mean, personally, I would be in favor of if any of the other groups wanted to informally discuss how we do it. I mean, SAC has been really lucky. We're aligned with the age-friendly plan. We are a full partner with that right from the very beginning. We've been involved. And then we have phenomenal support from our councillors. So that has also helped us a lot in terms of doing that. But I mean, I personally would be willing to talk to other advisory groups.
Just thank you for being so willing and open. I really appreciate that. I think that, yeah, I've learned a fair bit from this presentation, having seen others, but like the way you approached it in terms of the way you presented it really kind of got to me, I guess. And so thank you so much for your presentation, and thanks for your openness and willingness to share.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We have one other councillor wishing to ask questions. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you, Penelope. And just one short question from me, echoing Councillor Kretsch's comments. I think the breadth and the depth of the work that this committee has been up to is truly incredible. I served a couple of years of a term on an advisory committee. This feels like a different experience. So just the work that not just you, but the whole committee has done to get to this space, really, really remarkable. And I want to acknowledge that. And with that said, you mentioned that the support of councillors over the past term aided that work. We're now in a new term, and that's one of our decisions we'll be making in 2023 is which councillors sit on this committee moving ahead. What types of support or what types of expertise would be most helpful to move this committee continuing forward in your council compliments? What are you looking for?
Thank you.
That's a good question. I think, part of it is that well, Councillor Jackson in particular, he's been involved with SAC for many, many years, and he actually does attend. I read that councillors on advisory groups are supposed to attend at least one meeting a year. Councillor Jackson regularly attends many, many more than that. And so he's there and he offers advice. If we're overstepping our bounds, he brings us back into a position, which is important sometimes. Just people who know, councillors who know and care about the seniors' issues in the city are vital.
Thank you. Councillor? Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you once again. An excellent report, and you folks do a remarkable job. I can remember questioning you when you had your work plan, and I was worried that you didn't have enough people to help you, and yet you found all the people to help you. So well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I need a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation. Councillor Kretsch is moving it. Councillor Alex Wilson is seconding it, and we will have that vote. Error communicating with server. F5 perhaps? F5? It's given me an error communicating with server, so I'm not sure what that means. Anyone else getting that error? Sometimes I wish I wasn't. So, Madam Clerk, I'm going to reboot my e-scribe, but if you want to proceed with the vote. I'll vote thumbs up. And that vote carried 6-0. Thank you. Moving on to 8.2, I'd like to call upon James O'Brien, Manager, Housing Sustainability and Investment Roadmap, Housing Services, Lucas Haller, Political Science student, McMaster University, and Rhea, I'm not sure how to pronounce the last name, so I don't want to offend, Health Sciences student, McMaster University, to come to the podium and begin their presentation.
Perfect. I'm happy to be here to update the committee on the Housing Sustainability and Investment Roadmap. So I'd like to start just by talking a little bit about what a healthy housing continuum is. We know that that's supply and choice in the market for families, and that they're free, families and individuals are free to move throughout the continuum to find the most appropriate housing that's suitable for them and their budget. In Hamilton, we're working on the Housing Sustainability and Investment Roadmap as a new approach to addressing the housing crisis in Hamilton, and it seeks to achieve the maximum impact with available funding and policy tools in our community. We know we have significant investment is required to address the affordable housing crisis in Hamilton, and the aim of the HSIR is to change policy and procedure landscape to ensure nimble operational response when funding is available. The focus of the HSIR is the continuum is the social and affordable housing into the affordable market rent and affordable ownership. We know at the ends of the continuum in homelessness and emergency shelters and up into the luxury market rental and ownership section that those also have pressures, but our work is focused on impacting the choice and constraints in the middle portion of the continuum. Since 2016, over 9,000 units have been lost where rents were affordable. That's a range of $750 to $1,000 a month, and they've moved beyond that price point now. In 2016, an income of $25,600 was needed to afford a one-bedroom apartment in the average one-bedroom apartment. 5 years later, in 2021, the renter would need an income of $48,000 to afford that one-bedroom unit. Income has not kept up with the market increase. We're looking at 22% versus 41%. As prices have increased, the average renter household income has not increased as much, from $37,000 in 2016 to $45,000 in 2021. And for those in the rental market who are looking to move up the continuum into an ownership situation, we see similar issues of constraints of affordability challenges. In 2016, a median average household income in the rental market could afford about purchasing power of about 20% of the condo units sold that year. In 2021, the average income household in the rental market could only afford less than 1% of the condos. When we look at the housing crisis as a more systemic look, we know the city plays a significant role in resolving the issues, with 43% of housing investment over the past 4 years having come from municipal sources. There's a backlog of capital costs to maintain existing social housing units. We know that there's approximately $500 million already needed to protect the current social housing stock, and that's not even including expanding the sector to improve attainability and flow. Legacy community housing projects are coming to an end of operating agreements, and there are some who are choosing to opt out of the provision of affordable housing. As of 2022, we have reached the end of operating agreements, representing a total of 4,601 affordable units. Now, these units don't necessarily account towards our service level standard, but they do constitute a valuable piece of the affordable housing puzzle. Over time, housing services staff had worked with federal providers to encourage them to continue providing affordable rents, and this work has been in the form of supplements to subsidized tenants. And of those 4,601 units, 2,954 have been preserved. So the Housing Sustainability and Investment Roadmap is a whole of city and whole of community approach to tackling the housing crisis with a focus on 4 main pillars of work. The initiative will focus on urgent action needed to accelerate and coordinate current activities related to the retention of existing affordable housing, construction, acquisition, and the provision of housing supports for successful tenancies. Actions will focus both on opportunities within the city and community organizations, and will be focused on tactical items such as policies and procedures that can be changed and improved. We have a draft emerging governance model for this work. The HSIR has 3 inputs: city staff, academic through the work of the Canadian Housing Evidence Collaborative, as well as community conversations, of which City Lab work is the first piece. The HSIR has an executive leadership team that includes the city manager and the GMs from Healthy and Safe Communities, Plan and Economic Development, and Finance and Corporate Services. Along with this, we have the core team internally, which includes the Directors of Housing Services Division, Planning Division, and Finance. And we have managerial support along with that group, along with the city's Chief Real Estate Officer. Oops, sorry about that. On the academic front, we have the Canadian Housing Collaborative with Jim Dunn and Steve Pomeroy supporting our work here. And then the HSR is going to be working closely with the community to help build the roadmap. This will include engagement with the Indigenous community leadership about the work of the roadmap and working in collaboration on how the roadmap can support a path to reconciliation and more affordable housing opportunities. The community inputs and for the partnerships will also include those with lived experience, nonprofit and private developers, leading Hamilton institutions, and social housing providers, as well as the philanthropic sector and others. Together, through the Affordable Housing Secretariat, the roadmap will be drafted and implemented. And then through the Secretariat, it will be working closely with the Community Partnership Table to drive the HSR work. The HSIR is going to identify and work upon existing work underway across city departments and the community, and include short-term strategies with concrete actions that can be undertaken immediately, while simultaneously working towards the mid- and long-term strategies that will optimize resources available to each sector. City staff are going to engage together in executing near-term actions of the tactical roadmap that seek to answer the question of how do we best close the gap between current state and future need, along with the question of how do we do that with the tools and resources that are available to us. This plan is going to have a bias to action approach that will include early implementation of critical solutions in real time, and over the medium and long term, it's going to act as the catalyst to drive the implementation of prioritized actions. It's going to include a common articulation of Hamilton's need in order to draw down critical financial investments from upper levels of government, and this work is going to identify city levers that can be used to close the gaps along the housing continuum. The objectives of this work is to create an evidence-based assessment and gap analysis of the best options and the best mix of actions to support retaining existing affordable housing, delivering appropriate supports, the creation of new affordable housing, and the acquiring of affordable housing. This approach is going to involve urgent action within the city and external partners. We're going to initiate, strengthen, and modify city processes to maximize opportunities, remove barriers, improve responsiveness and timeliness within and across divisions related to affordable housing, construction, acquisition, and retention. We're going to identify the levers available to community sectors and encourage contributions and commitment, where appropriate, to ensure the best possible outcomes, including alignment of city and community initiatives. We're going to develop tools and framework to help funders and investors understand where to invest their resources for maximum impact. And then we're going to develop and strengthen coordination between the community and the city to include actions that we look to influence the upper levels of government. And then for deliverables, we're going to have a housing report on the findings of the housing ecosystem in Hamilton. The roadmap is going to center on evidence-based assessment of the best options and the best mix of action, a communication and engagement plan, and then the governance model for this implementation. So with that, I'm going to pass it over now to the students from City Lab, who are going to give us some useful information from their work. And this is a first step of the engagement work we're doing with the Housing Sustainability Investment Roadmap.
All right, good afternoon, and on behalf of everyone at City Lab, thank you for having us today. So my name is Lucas. I'm a fourth-year political science student at McMaster.
And my name is Ria, and I'm a fourth-year health sciences student at McMaster. We are here today representing City Lab and to discuss a little bit about our projects focused on affordable housing. Before that, though, we wanted to give you a brief overview of what City Lab is. Launched in 2017, City Lab is a social innovation hub that brings together students from McMaster, Mohawk, and Redeemer with civic and academic leaders to work on social issues with a goal of co-creating a healthy, sustainable, and equitable Hamilton. The program was initially launched as a pilot project for 5 years and was excitingly made a permanent program earlier this year. And we are housed right next door in the old CFL Hall of Fame.
So one of the programs within City Lab is the Semester in Residence, which we are part of. It is a full-time, 15-unit, full course load program. The program emphasizes gaining an understanding of key principles of design, project management, and community engagement, and applying these skills to a single master project that students dedicate themselves for the entire term, dedicating over 7,800 hours, excluding the countless hours dedicated outside of class time. And this year, there are 30 students enrolled in the City Lab Semester in Residence program from across all faculties.
The 2022 City Lab Semester in Residence theme focused on the housing crisis in Hamilton, which has been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, presenting increased challenges in all domains of the housing continuum. As City Lab students, we have researched, conversed, and collaborated with a large variety of stakeholders to identify specific issues and develop recommendations regarding affordable home ownership and rental, with the goal that these conversations will continue to further inform the HSIR.
So how did we go about all this? Well, by the end of this semester, we will have had 7 separate meetings with 15 city staff from across several departments. Well, following an initial meeting in September with city staff, we spent the next 2 months identifying relevant stakeholders, inviting them for roundtable conversations, and conducting very meaningful dialogues. In total, we spoke to 44 different stakeholders, including nonprofits, community organizations and leaders, developers, tenant advocacy groups, and landlords. And finally, we also looked into what other municipalities have feasibly implemented. So we want to highlight a few key themes that we came across. So the first one being the maintaining and preserving of existing stock, as we've heard already. So this can be done via policies, incentives, and bylaw and their appropriate enforcement. And this approach also of maintaining existing stock also aligns with the no urban sprawl policy and offers an alternative to greenbelt development. And yes, we are fully aware of Bill 23.
So my team focused on unlocking and developing on municipally owned land, and one idea that we found particularly interesting was land leases, which was flagged by several stakeholders. So under this model, the municipality maintains ownership of the land and is then provided to developers for a fee with limited scopes for development on the land that then considers the long-term vision for the land. After a set number of years, the land ownership then reverts back to the city, including all developments on the land, and thus maintains affordability over time as the land itself does not generate any wealth. Another theme that we came across was the consolidation of city resources and the need for a sustainable and reliable fund at the municipal level to support the creation of affordable housing. And one example of this is the city of Vancouver, where once the city established affordable housing as a priority, they moved all assets, including current affordable housing stock and candidate sites, to an endowment fund that then the city was able to then pull on to fund future projects.
And so all these findings and recommendations will be found in comprehensive reports that are being published mid-December roughly, and we hope you take a look. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And so for the next steps with those comprehensive reports is from HSIR perspective, we're going to take those and we're going to look at them through that academic lens with CHEC, so the Canadian Housing Evidence Collaborative, and then we're also going to look at them through a city lens with our city priorities and our current strategic documents. And so just then the next steps for the HSIR for the rest of this year and into Q1 of 2023, I almost said 2022, 2023, we're going to look at finishing off the development of the roadmap, as well as in Q1 2023 onboarding some key staff for the Housing Secretariat. And after Q1, we're going to come back to committee with a report on the roadmap, and then from March 2023 to March 2025 is going to be more of the those mid-term, long-term implementation actions. So thank you very much, and that's an update on the Housing Sustainability Investment Roadmap.
Thank you. That was an excellent presentation. We have a number of speakers who would like to ask you questions. The first one is Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you so much. Really, really exciting to see this work going on and so many community groups engaged, including Max students. So just really, really exciting. There's a couple of things I just want to highlight. The first one is one of the project objectives is that gap analysis. Could you speak specifically to what financialization is mentioned as one of the pressures? Could you speak specifically to the role financialization has in your gap analysis or what that looks like?
Thank you, Councillor. James?
Sure. So we're still doing the gap analysis, but we're going to be looking at, so the different pressures that have created some of those price increases in the gapping that's been then across the continuum and I guess across the focus of the continuum work that we're doing, and the financialization and the different impacts, including inflation and how they've reduced affordability across the spectrum.
Councillor, please.
Thank you. And yeah, seeing on your second slide, just the rental price increase compared to wages over the past 5 years, 41%. And that's, going into someone's pocket by and large, given inflation and other things, but there's still profit happening. One of the things we're seeing in Hamilton is more folks are renting from real estate investment trusts, so financialized housing in a large scale. Can you speak to the kind of the impact you anticipate seeing, or how that trend is impacting some of the research that you've initially started doing? I understand it's just beginning.
Thank you, Councillor. James, please.
Sure. So I think we haven't specifically been looking at that issue in depth at the moment, but I think what we can talk about is exactly what you're saying, is those very outpacing inflation rate of increase of rent that we've already been seeing. We know that that's happened across Hamilton, specifically a number of the areas that were most affordable if we go back 5-10 years, and we've seen increased pricing there. And I can't speak specifically to whether it was caused by financialization specifically, because I don't know how the landlord landscape has specifically changed there, but we can definitely look into that.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you so much. And so, yeah, that seems to be, we've had some questions about what are the problems, and it's this increased profit motive, the financialization, the commodification of housing, or some of the things both in this presentation and the related report. Moving to some of the solutions that you start talking about, I think it's so exciting, I'll just say, to see land leases talked about in a city space. That feels like, whoa, I thought that was going to be a harder move. So just thank you as a beginning to that. And then on top of land leases, could you speak to some of the other models that you may like to investigate? I think community land trust, co-op housing, how do those fit into these this picture that you're painting?
Thank you, Councillor. James, please.
Sure. So I think that speaks to both the work we're doing at the HSIR and the overall action plan that speaks about people having choice about the different options. And if we go back a step to the action plan there, it talks about those different models and co-op housing as well as different housing models. So I think we're going to be looking at all of that as possibilities. And then the framework of the HSIR, which talks about from an investment perspective of how we prioritize where different investments can go and their impact on the community.
Thank you. Councillor, please.
I think that's all my questions now, but really excited to follow this work as it keeps going. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The next councillor is Councillor Kretsch, please.
Also want to just share the enthusiasm here. Love it. Love hearing about land leases. I may have said so many things about those in public. I noticed in slide number 10, you used the downtown Sparrow map. I may have been heavily involved in producing that map. So I really want to
just may?
Yeah, just may. And so appreciate that, again, we're having this conversation in the city space. My question for you, from your research, and any one of you, welcome to hear from, where you see the barriers to us getting from having all this land we could lease to leasing the land we have?
That's a good question. James?
So I'm not an expert on the process and we're still working out, but I would say I think some of the barriers would be from beyond the HSIR work where we set up hopefully the policy landscape for it would then be for implementation. We know we have challenges around the financial resources to do so.
Councillor?
So that's helpful. When we talk about the financial resources to do so, one of the big pieces of the puzzle, and this has been evident all day, is land is a big piece of the puzzle. And land in itself is an asset. It's a financial resource. It's all kinds of things. We can give it all kinds of interesting labels and names. But it itself is a way to achieve some of the outcomes we want. Is what you're talking about needing to have like FTEs and those kinds of resources in order to have like reporting and analysis done in order to support this mechanism. Like, is that what you're talking about in terms of financial resources?
James, please.
No, sorry. I was talking about the financial resources to purchase the land and to do some of these or the actual intensification projects around city assets.
Oh, I was thinking about city-owned land. Sorry, I apologize. I should have clarified there. So I was really thinking about land we already own that we don't have to purchase. And so what is the barrier for land that we already own and therefore don't have to purchase and getting it from, right, that to the land lease process? That was my question. I'm so sorry I wasn't clear enough.
James? Burden?
Thank you. Angie Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities, through the chair to the councillor. I think what we are talking about is all of the things, the questions that you have are questions that we need to be able to have dialogue with, both within the city and with community partners. And those kinds of solutions then that emerge as a result of those conversations will land on the roadmap. So it may be premature to land specifically on these barriers, but that kind of detail is part of the outcome of the gap analysis and the work that's underway by the Canadian Housing Evidence Collaborative, and will find its way into the final roadmap coming to council for your approval and endorsement as we go forward. And I did want to ask if Jeff Wingard wanted to, with your permission, Chair, mention the next steps with some of the work that is underway with CHEC.
Yeah, absolutely. Jeff, please.
Thank you, through the chair, to the councillor, I think, or to the chair. So my name is Jeff Wingard. I'm a social policy consultant. I know several of you, so good to see you. One of the things I think that's really exciting about this is really looking at, I think we all know the increases in cost of new construction is really one of the big barriers, I think, in terms of making use of those properties. And so I think we need to start looking at different options like acquisition, making sure we preserve the units that we do have, and those are going to be pretty important pieces. As part of this process, what we've done is we've gathered cross-departmental staff together. We have a really robust partnership across city departments, which I haven't seen in my 20 years of doing this work. And that's another part of the barrier, I think, is getting different departments to talk to one another regularly and around specific projects. So we've identified a bunch of different potential solutions that we could work on, things that have worked in the past that we could do more of, things like just creative ways to reduce parkland fees, that kind of stuff. So we're looking pretty granular solutions. And then we've also said, you know, what would you like to see? What are the big things that we might be able to do? So very much like the City Lab students, we've been out talking with community folks, we've talked with city folks, and the intention is to then put that through a kind of academic filter so that we can say, here's what works in other communities, how can we pull this together with something at scale? And what is the glue that could kind of move this stuff forward on an ongoing basis, knowing that we need to be biased to action. This can't be a planning exercise, or it shouldn't be a planning exercise, but that we really want to identify concrete steps that can be taken that move this ahead. I think that's really the exciting part of this. I think we all know that it's a really challenging time for affordable housing construction and development, as well as it's a really challenging time to be a tenant, to look for affordable housing. So it's a really challenging time. So I think this kind of nuanced approach with a focus to action is going to be really helpful. There is a strong support for this in the community. So I also work with some of the anchor institutions, and they've been briefed on this project, and they are hugely excited about it. So it's the education institutions who are saying, you know, at Mohawk and Mac, they're saying we don't have enough housing for students. We need to figure out ways to house folks. It's hospitals that are hospitals, and you know, the Chamber of Commerce who are saying we need affordable housing for our future employees to move into Hamilton. So I mean, there's a real need for this kind of strategy, and we're hoping that it's a mix of short-term and kind of medium to long-term gains.
Thank you. Councillor, you have 3 minutes and 30 seconds for questions.
Thank you. I think this is the questions part, so I'll save my comments for after. But I think what I heard there, if I just want to clarify through, when I asked the question to people with the barriers, then I got an answer about the roadmap and the process. And so that seems like itself is being identified as a barrier, like, you know, in terms of time, because we have to go through a certain kind of process before we can get to wherever. I heard another barrier in terms of, if I'm correct, you talked about the cost of construction for new builds, and then you talked about a process for an academic filter. And those are the things I heard. So I think that answers my questions, and I'll save the rest of my things for the comment section. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
No, thank you. I just, minor comments. I just want to also applaud the delegates, and it's very exciting, and I will save my time for comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, and yeah, echoing the group so far. Just a quick question through you, Chair, in terms of the creation of an endowment fund. So as the group is contemplating it and as it develops, the Vancouver model is looking at overall assets for all city use. Is the goal, of course, for this endowment fund being focused solely on housing? Yeah.
James?
The Vancouver, so it is an endowment fund specific to housing. So the Hamilton model could very closely resemble it, obviously taking into consideration that Vancouver has much more assets than Hamilton does, but it could be closely modeled after it.
Thank you. And from the endowment fund perspective, and that point that Vancouver has so many more assets than the city of Hamilton does, is there the possibility of looking at, previous term of council talked about a strategic land acquisition and disposition strategy as a means by which we can not only address future service needs in terms of recreation, library services, etc., but the coupling of those kinds of services with housing. So we see examples in other cities that are bringing a climate-forward lens to consolidating these services into passive design buildings that are municipally owned structures, and that in and of themselves do some revenue generation as well. Thoughts? Thanks.
James, you want to give it a shot?
Yeah, so I think I would echo GM Burton's comments about this is some of the work that we're doing in the core team with the roadmap and some of the analysis that we're going to be doing, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wang, please.
Thank you. To our semester in residence, City Lab, what was some of the surprising sort of things that you found out in your gap analysis when you were doing a lot of that work?
Lucas?
Thank you. Where to start? I guess one of the, when it comes to housing, I guess our initial thoughts were, just build more. We had a rude awakening when it came to that. And so that's where we started looking at, maintaining existing stock. And there were a lot of research went into this beforehand. We identified a lot of gaps, a lot of barriers that sometimes don't seem that obvious. Others are very obvious, but yeah, so that was one of the things where we really have to think outside of the box.
Okay. Through you, Chair, and to the entire team then, as we're thinking outside of the box, how much research went into what private sector is doing in terms of some of the ways that they're trying to tackle the housing affordability? So how I'm going to rephrase that is, I know that several private sector, small startup companies are doing things around mortgages, down payments. There are several companies that are doing, like trying to mass produce houses by 3D printing them. Was that all put into was that at all looked at?
Rhea, please.
Sorry, for clarification, is that specifically in the City Lab projects, or is that in general for the roadmap?
General.
So at this point in time, we haven't particularly explored that, but we're happy to talk with any of the developers because we do want to be talking with the private sector significantly on that.
Okay, thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you for your presentation. I need a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation. Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. And we'll have that vote first, please. And the vote is up. And that vote carried 6-0. And now I need a mover and a seconder to put the report on the floor to enable comments. Moved by Councillor Maureen Wilson, seconded by Councillor Wang. And the report is now on the floor. And I believe Councillor Wilson indicated comments, and I think you did too. Councillor Wilson, Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you very much. This is a really exciting initiative, and I'm very, very pleased. And I sense that pleasure and excitement around the horseshoe. My question is not particularly germane or central to the report, but I think it is central or related to the way in which the report is being brought to us and whom I see across from me. It is exciting to see the GM of Planning and Economic Development here. It is exciting to see the GM of Corporate Services here. In talking about housing, it was interesting to hear Mr. Winger talk about the feedback from the different anchor institutions because it lends also an additional or an expanded framing of housing as part of our economic future and development and our competitiveness. And it's just my personal opinion that for too long, housing has been framed strictly as a social service as opposed to an investment. And I'm wondering if we are framing it in this way, which I support and I believe is absolutely necessary, is it the intent or can we maximize the possibility of this coordination by continuing to have this matter brought to this committee as opposed to brought to GIC or a broader committee? And if that is not an appropriate question for this time, happy to hold it.
GM Burden, do you want to take a kick at the can?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. We certainly have had the discussion that first of all, I would say it's assumed that we are doing this in an integrated way. You've seen the 3 GM signatures on the report, and I would like to say that there has been really great work underway within and between our divisions, And I think what we are doing with intentionality as we look at this roadmap is responding to the crisis before us in an unprecedented way. So all of us look forward to working in that integrated way as we execute the roadmap. With respect to where does this work report, I think we have had some conversations that it becomes challenging for each GM to be at the various committees. My colleagues have had long hours at committee meetings this past week, so I appreciate the fact that they are here today.
Yes.
It would be easier from a convenience standpoint if those issues were discussed as it relates to the roadmap within the General Issues Committee, for example. However, I do know that there is some concern about the number of topics coming to that agenda and the length of those agendas. So I think that is something that we would be supportive of if clerks were supportive of that and that was the will of council. I would say if that it does not happen, then it would be my hope that if it was just me at the Emergency and Community Services, that there would be understanding in the committee that there is support from my colleague GMs for this agenda item. I think if I could just, the last point would say that we would need to make sure that it would be the work of the roadmap and the reporting on the roadmap that would be a reflection of the three GMs, because each of us have our own unique accountabilities within planning and economic development, within finance and corporate service, and then healthy and safe communities. So we don't want to impede a GM's ability to exercise their operational mandate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor, can I suggest that you might raise that question at council when we ratify this report? And that then everyone's around the table and we can get some insight from there. Any further questions or comments? You still have about 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, and I will take that good counsel. But in so doing, therein lies also the challenge in that I'll be bringing up something and probably be very challenged in making the argument for why I think it might be necessary. And I think, to me, that underscores the necessity of so doing. The question I have, and thank you, Chair, it may be too granular, but I was interested in reading about the endowment fund, and my question through the Chair to, I don't know if GM Zagaric, but perhaps jumping ahead, the endowment fund, would the possibility of that, or maybe I'm misreading it, which is always a good possibility, would that promise or potential, could that inform any of the consultation on the Hamilton Future Fund public consultation? Through the Chair.
Thank you. GM McGarrick, please.
Through the Chair, Mike Zagaric, General Manager of Finance Corporate Services. Yes, Hamilton Future Fund or other discretionary future funds will likely have to be part of the conversation with respect to the financial needs, given some of the restrictions that municipalities have. And the greatest restriction is that municipalities cannot issue debt as it relates to operating costs, and for municipalities to financially participate with external partners, that financial participation has to be in the form of a grant. We cannot issue debt as it relates to external partners' projects. And to that point is, given the need and the potential need in the short term, there'll likely have to be a combination of leveraging reserves with the potential of repaying those reserves over time, recognizing that the benefit would accrue to multiple generations. So again, I see the potential for reserves. I see the potential for tax rate increases. I see the potential for potentially leveraging land. There'll have to be a combination of opportunities for the city to participate in a meaningful way as relates to a financial participation.
Thank you. And if I could, one last question to Mr. Zagaric. If you could remind me, the previous council gave its approval for a vacant home tax. I honestly don't recall whether that body made a decision about the whether there would be a formal earmarking of those revenues once that program was up and running and ready. Is that decision still outstanding through the chair?
Thank you. GM Zegeric.
So through the chair, I would have to go back to the minutes as it relates to that decision. Staff did message within the staff report that any proceeds over and above the cost of administering that program would align well with council's priorities surrounding housing. So again, that was messaged through the staff report, but I'd have to review the minutes of the report whether committee and council took a position with respect to the proceeds.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. And one final question. I may have missed it. Is it part of this examination, in reaching out to the federal and provincial governments, looking at whether they would be asked to, if they have any surplus lands within the jurisdiction, where they would be willing to put those up? If they're not willing to put up cash, would they be willing to put up lands if it met our needs? That's my question. And thank you very much.
GM Zegeric, please.
Through the chair, I would say that is an opportunity. We've had conversations with senior levels of government on other priorities, other initiatives other than housing, where we have sought federal provincial participation as it relates to lands, such as on transportation and other initiatives, recreation, open space. So that would be an opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor Kretsch, please.
Thanks. I was really encouraged to see this report today and encouraged by the participation of the folks from City Lab. I've had the opportunity to speak in front of them and with them and do things with them for years. And so I'm glad to see them finding more and more of a home in these spaces and places and conversations, because they bring different language to some of them that I think is really important. Specifically, I'm really interested in, and the origin of this doesn't really matter to me, but I'm specifically interested in land leases. And I spent a fair amount of time thinking about land in the context of the map that I referenced earlier from the downtown Sparrow, but also just like researching the open data on the city's website. The open data site, which has a map of all city-owned properties. That map classifies those properties. And in 3 classifications called open, land, and parking lot, there are 1,036 plus 8 hectares of land. It's like 2,500 acres. Composed of 526 properties with an average size of almost 5 acres. So like, yeah, and I've looked at the list and I've had some fun being like, oh, I know where that is, or oh, that's in Ward 12 or whatever, right? It's like I've played a game to see like, hey, is this land classified as weirdly as just like land? Is that like something you could develop on? And sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. Sometimes it's obvious, like that's a weird thing. Other times it's like, for sure you could. So I have 2 questions about this, and then if it's appropriate to put a motion forward, if I will. Could someone first confirm for me, I know that a report was done in the last term of council that from the real estate division that outlined 4 properties, I believe it was, if I recall correctly, 4-ish, I'll say, just in case I'm not quite right, properties from the city-owned land that could be used or could be up to be used for affordable housing. I only say this because I had this conversation in passing with someone who told me that. I wonder, is this report familiar to anybody? Does it exist? And then I have a follow-up question to that.
General Manager Thorne, please.
Yes, through the Chair, Jason Thorne, General Manager of Planning and Economic Development. So yes, the council is correct. The previous council did direct that the Real Estate Division do a comprehensive review of city-owned properties. That was in 2016. And we brought forward, actually council at that time created a special subcommittee that what I believe was called the Affordable Housing Site Selection Subcommittee. I think it was a subcommittee of GIC, but I can't quite recall. And those properties, a number of properties were brought forward for consideration for disposition for affordable housing. And I say disposition because there was a couple of different categories of disposition. So in some cases, and I can't remember the exact number of properties, it was larger than what the council referenced. I think it was more in the 15, 20 range. Some of those were identified for just market sale, with the proceeds being dedicated to affordable housing. So there were a couple of properties that were sold, and with the proceeds going towards affordable housing. And then a number were identified for actual development of affordable housing, in some cases by our own city, Housing Hamilton, in some cases by a not-for-profit housing provider. A number of those are underway. So 60 Calden, I believe, was one of the projects that was on the list at the time. A couple of city parking lots. So the parking lot at Bay and Cannon, I think, came through that process. There was a parking lot in King William that came through that process. I can't recall all of the other ones. And there were a series of reports in 2016, 2017 related to those properties. I would just note that I don't recall land lease being one of the directions that was given to staff. It was typically either sale to the market with the proceeds going towards affordable housing, or sale to a not-for-profit housing provider for $1 or some such thing. I don't recall if retaining the land and developing through land lease was considered or not.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. Yeah, that's my understanding as well, is that it wasn't in the context of land leasing, and that there are some of those properties that remain still to be gone through a disposition process. I'll leave that question for some other form of minutia in the future, because I don't know enough about it now and I want to read the report. But my last question is, so if anyone knows that if we have ever done a report back on how the city can get us to a place to be able to enter into land leases with respect to our own properties, that takes into consideration the city-owned properties under those categories of open space, land, and parking lot. Have we done that analysis and looked across all of our city-owned properties and said, like, hey, what could we do through a land lease program? I don't think we have, but I wanted to ask that.
GM Thorne, please.
Through the chair, I don't believe we have, although I'm not sure it would bring any more properties to the fore than just than sale. I mean, whether it's sale or whether it's land lease, it doesn't really impact necessarily the developability or suitability of the site for affordable housing, unless I'm missing something. Maybe there are situations like that. Where we have done land leases, and we have done a number of land leases, it tends to be more on the commercial side. So, Jackson Square is probably the most well-known example. That is a long-term land lease. The city owns the land. Jackson Square built the building and has a long lease. I can't remember the exact number of years. So I'm not sure there's necessarily any impediments to working through land lease. My understanding is that there are sometimes challenges with the not-profit housing sector if they're only able to take back through land lease without ownership. I'm not sure that there are any different properties that would come to the fore through a land lease lens than through the lens of just suitability for development.
Thank you. Councillor, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, so have we looked at, never mind the land lease thing for a second here. Have we looked at every city-owned property? Like, I'm not talking about stuff that's on the market or stuff that's available. I mean, every asset we own. The reason I ask that, and there's a little bit of context, is I can think right now of, I think there are 16 city-owned properties along the LRT line within about 400 or 500 meters, right? Alone, just from memory. There's a map of that also up somewhere. So I know that, I could at hand think of hundreds of properties that are you could develop them, because I know other affordable housing providers have developed on those tiny bits of parcels, right? So it's a thing. Have we ever been like, hey, here are all the city-owned assets, which of these could we develop? Or which of these are suitable for development?
So through the chair, that was the exercise, although that was a number of years ago, and what may have been not considered developable for some reason then could potentially be so now. I know there was properties that were identified that were of a size that would be suitable for development, but there may have been some sort of indication internally around, potentially it was identified as a potential future park or other future city facility. I do recall there was one on the LRT corridor that was identified as a short-term staging site, so maybe suitable for affordable housing post construction. Whether or not those same constraints still exist on all the properties now 6 years later from when that analysis was done, I couldn't say for sure, but my guess that there would probably be some more that would emerge through an analysis that for whatever reason did not emerge when this exercise was done a number of years ago.
Councillor?
To the extent that I intend to put a motion forward, would it be helpful for me to specify that open data map in that and talk about those land categories, specifically, or not really?
GM Thorne?
So through the chair, and I'm happy to work with the councillor offline on this, we could certainly go back and look at the direction that originally created that site selection subcommittee and the terms and parameters that were given to it. And if it may be that council is interested in doing another run through the properties, 6 years later, have situations changed, have needs changed, have constraints changed? under this, and doing that under the same parameters or possibly under different parameters. It was a fairly significant amount of work. I mean, it took a year, I believe, by the time we got through all of the sites. But if it's the wish of council to undertake an exercise similar to that again, we can certainly do so.
Councillor?
Thank you for that. Because there's not the knowledge in the room right now to understand those little tiny nuances, I think it would be better for me to actually have that conversation, get that information, and then bring a motion forward at a future date. Thank you very much for the answers to my questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. My understanding is we're in comments/questions just through the chair.
Yes, we don't tend to ask questions of staff when a delegate is here because we don't want to get the delegate debating staff, so it's kind of a hybrid at this moment.
There we go. So I will follow that flow. A bit of a comment or a preamble at the beginning is I think it's really clear that privatization and profit are one of the clear drivers of unaffordability, and especially when we take a multi-year lens and we look at how tenants are incentivized to be displaced because you can rack up the rents. New builds are no longer rent controlled by the provincial government. And in the context of Bill 23, we also know supply likely will not be affordable in some of these areas. I think it really puts some urgency to this question of what are we going to do about it, this level of government, this room, going to do about it as an organization and a corporation. And so with that in mind, one of the things I heard Councillor Crutch asked earlier about the barriers to using our own assets to move forward. And one of the things I heard was about construction costs. And I guess I'm just trying to better understand, are construction costs a barrier right now, or are they a barrier because of how we're thinking about financing these projects? Because do we just need to think about a 10-year lens, or is it because we're trying to get a payoff in one budget year? Because my understanding, and so I will ask, my question is, to what extent can changing the time scale or the time lens of how we're evaluating our investment change whether or not that seems like a good investment and the payoff? Is I really what I'm trying to see, because if we just needed a lot of upfront capital, that's a different question than we can't do this.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Al Fletcher, please.
Thank you. Al Fletcher, Manager of Investment in Affordable Housing and Neighborhood Development. So through the chair to the councillor. So to give you a bit of perspective, from June 2021 through to about January of this year, the cost of construction we saw through new affordable housing projects had gone from about $300,000 a door to $500 to $550 a door. Recent proposals that I've just been looking at are pushing the prices to $580, and one is over $600,000 a door. So when you think about how much it costs to build a 20-unit building, for example, at those rates, it's very difficult to find that kind of funding without partnerships with the province, the federal, and whatever we can do. We have an allocation that's been provided under Rapid Housing Initiative just recently. We'll be reporting back on that. And we just had a recent conversation with our CMHC colleagues about the restrictions on that. The building new doesn't move the needle as much as you heard through HSI, are about trying to retain the buildings we have and the costs of those units to be maintained and been brought onto the housing stock again. So these are things, as James talked about and as Angie has been part of the discussion as well, is these are the things we need to focus on as we go through the HSIR plan and roadmap.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. I'm hearing two things here. One is that we need to, yes, housing construction costs are an issue. And then the other thing I heard was that we need to preserve current units, and then that's where we can find the most savings. So again, this seems to me like a question of, we know there's a payoff. It's just a question of when that payoff comes and how do we budget for it, as opposed to whether or not this is a return on investment. Is what I'm hearing. Again, maybe we can do the full numbers, and the roadmap's going to help us a bit there. On the note of construction, just focusing on new builds for a moment, to what extent would a in-house or a Crown or a municipal development corporation or company help alleviate some of those costs? Because A, profit would not be part of the conversation whatsoever, and B, we're dealing with ourselves, and we might be able to find some internal efficiencies.
GM Zagaric, please.
Through the chair, as it relates to the cost of construction, likely not much of a difference if the city is leading and facilitating the development of those projects, whether that is through the city's principal housing provider, City Housing Hamilton, or through some other body. What it does provide is a different level of financial participation. So if those are city assets, the city can participate in a different financial manner in the form of debt versus providing grants to external organizations. So financially, it gives some flexibility, but along with that initial investment is a liability that the city would have in terms of maintaining and renewing the housing stock. So as it relates to inflation and supply and demand of housing, those are market factors, and irrespective of the city leading or the not-for-profit sector or for-profit sector, we're all facing those same challenges.
Councillor, please.
Thanks. That answers my questions. I'll just make a quick comment that we do advocacy to higher levels of government, and my understanding is that inflation is set by the Bank of Canada. It's not so much a neutral as it is a political decision. Obviously, there's a balance there, but it's definitely not purely fact-based. There's a bit of a balance. So just something we can also keep in mind in our advocacy role, as well as my closing comment to this council and this committee.
Thank you very much. I see no further comments from councillors. We can have the vote now on the report, please. And the vote is up. And that vote carried 6-0. Councillors, we're at 5:30. I'm just raising that so you're aware of the time. We have a number of items before us. If we can be succinct in our questions or comments, that would be most helpful, but I'm not going to shut you down either. Item number 9.1 is a standardization of resident lifting and hygiene equipment, HSC 22052, Ward 7 and 13. May I have a move and a seconder to put the report on the floor? Moved by Councillor Maureen Wilson, seconded by Councillor Nan. Any questions on the report? Councillor Alex Wilson.
I do have a question on the report. Before that, I have a question if we're doing 8.3 or if we've moved past it. Oh, thank you. So my apologies for not following that more closely. My question on 9.1, the standardization of resident lifting and hygiene equipment, should be a relatively short one just to staff. I'm just seeking for clarification. Through the report, it was quite clear on how staff were engaged in this proposal and were consulted. A question is, to what extent were residents consulted, and what did we hear from residents, if they were?
Holly?
Through the chair, Holly O'Duarty, Senior Administrator, LTC Division, to Councillor Alex Wilson. The residents were not engaged in terms of the proponent that is serving us in terms of ARJO, but they are asked throughout the year and part of our survey in regards to services that we do support them with, but not specifically by vendor. But residents and staff, because that's another important piece in regards to both resident and staff safety with using the lifts is critical. And we have not had really any complaints about our ARJO lifts and hygiene equipment.
Councillor?
Nothing further from me. Deep appreciation for that answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments or questions, we'll call the vote. No problem. Votes up. That vote carried 6-0. Thank you. We're now moving on to item number 9.2. 2022 Ministry of Health Ambulance Service Review Findings, HSC 22055 citywide. May I have a mover and a seconder to put the report on the floor? Councillor Kretsch is moving it. Councillor Wang is seconding it. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question, please. Thank you, Chief Sanderson, for a good job. And that vote is carried 6-0. Discussion items 11.1, Seniors Advisory Committee, Citizen Committee Report respecting Seniors Advisory Committee roles and responsibilities of new members. May I have a seconder or a mover and a seconder to put the Citizen Committee report on the floor? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, I'll call the question, please, Madam Clerk. The vote is up, councillors. And that vote carried 6-0. We're now moving on to 11.2, the 2023 budget submissions, the Senior Advisory Committee, HSC 22054 citywide. I need a mover and a seconder to put the report on the floor. Moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Any questions or comments on the report? Seeing none, I'll call the question, please. The vote is up. That vote carried 6-0. Item 11.4, the Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters proposal, HSC 22015A citywide. May I have a mover and a seconder to put the report on the floor? Mover and a seconder for the report. You have a question, Councillor?
I do. My apologies. Just a procedural question, if that's all right, about the most recent item, 11.2. Just what happens next, if I can be allowed to ask that, Chair?
Yes, please.
Just for my procedural understanding, do we have to do anything further to operationalize this request? I didn't see a recommendation in the budget, so by receiving the report, it's now part of the budget process. Just seeking clarification on that.
That would be correct. Is GM Zagaric still here? Someone else want to tackle it?
The vote was to approve the recommendations in the report.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I thought I looked for a recommendation, but thank you. Oh, it's right there at the top. Thank you so much. My apologies.
We're all getting tired. I still need a mover and a seconder to put the report regarding the Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters on the floor. Moved by Councillor Alex Wilson. Is there a seconder? Councillor Wang. Any questions or comments on the report? Oh my. Councillor Nan.
It is a long committee meeting, and if I could, through you, Chair, request a staff presentation or overview on the report, given it was a late addition to the agenda for the public record. I would really appreciate that.
Your request is in order. Who wants to tackle that? GM Burden.
We good?
They're all nodding. Yeah, okay, you do it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Angie Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. I would like to pass this over to Nadia to walk us through the report. Thank you.
Nadia, if you could please introduce yourself.
Good evening, Nadia Zalisco, Manager of Homelessness Policy and Programs with Housing Services Division. With the proposal by HATS, we're just...
Please move your microphone right in front. There you go. Now we'll hear you better.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. With the proposal by HATS, we're discussing a temporary emergency response. It represents a strong community desire to explore practical solutions to support the ongoing needs of unhoused residents in our community. It's reflective of ongoing systematic challenges, inequities across our community, across the country, as it relates to housing and homelessness. As we've been discussing, we know that these are challenges that can't be addressed alone as housing services or even as a municipality. We know that there is a clear difference between emergency response and permanent housing. We recognize that this proposal is seeking to fill that gap. We are recommending funding on a temporary basis over a 3-year period, as you're seeing, with reports back to the committee on progress and outcomes of this pilot, with an evaluation and opportunity to assess how this might fit in within Hamilton's broader system of care in the homeless serving sector. Should the recommendation be approved, funding would be tied to standards around performance metrics and outcomes, including eligibility and entry criteria, gender-specific consideration, including specific supports for women, trans-feminine, trans-masculine, and non-binary individuals, identification of formalized community partnerships with health and social service sectors, equity and inclusion considerations, and demonstrated exits into safe permanent housing, ensuring shorter length of stay.
Is that it? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark, and thank you, staff, for the overview of the recommendations. If I could, just a couple of questions in the historical background on page 5 of the report. It references the February 17th direction from this committee in previous term to have staff share information gathered in the report with HATS to inform their planning for a potential site in Hamilton. And I was wondering if I could, through you, in the interest of asking the question specifically around what recommendations did city staff provide regarding community input in potential site selection for HATS? Additionally, what other tips? What was part of that planning process? What did city staff do to help inform the planning process for site selection?
Thank you, Councillor. Jim Burden.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Nan. Housing Services Division and myself looked at the operational plan, and our focus was on the types of supports that residents of the tiny cabins would require, and the kinds of details in an operating plan that would be important to ensure some of the questions. At the beginning in February, there was a lot of, I would say, goodwill and lots of enthusiasm, and there was a need to gather more support from those operating partners and an understanding of how it would actually work. I think the HATS group has done a lot of work on that side and have a very detailed operational plan that is included in the material. From a site selection point of view, I'll turn it to my colleague, GM Thorne.
Thank you. GM Thorne, please.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. So with respect to site selection, we had a couple of conversations, a lot of it around just where would such a use be allowed, different types of zones, which would permit such a use. In terms of city staff, we probably spent a little more time on our end looking at potential city-owned properties, less involved in terms of potential private-owned properties, but certainly we encouraged, and I know they were doing work to see if any potential private landowners came forward or emerged. I do recall a conversation around whether it's a public site or a private site, as with any development proposal, then yes, you do want to engage with the community, talk to the neighbors. We would usually encourage talk to the ward councillor, all those things that we would tell any proponent. We did have a conversation about that, as well as the importance of that being part of the overall process.
Thank you. If I could, through you, Chair, just on the last point, General Manager Thorne, in terms of the community input, can you just give a little bit more definition to that? Is that in the form of a community information meeting on a site that's been selected, or is it seeking input to help determine the suitability of a site?
Thank you.
So through the chair, in terms of our conversations, I don't think we got into the detail in terms of exactly what type of engagement. It was more of just a general conversation around anytime you're introducing a use into an area, we always would encourage a proponent to have some sort of engagement with the neighborhood and I don't like to refer to them as a developer, but someone developing a site, they would use many different mechanisms for that. We've seen mail-outs, we've seen, usually the most common is some sort of public information center, open house, drop-in, something like that.
Thank you. Councillor?
Okay, thank you. So no tips were shared. It was just general encouragement for community notice versus community engagement. Just need to clarify on behalf of residents. Thank you.
Through the chair, I don't recall sharing tips. But I can't recall if we got into any sort of, I don't recall getting any sort of details about the how. It was more just the process that we would suggest somebody go through is make sure that, before you go anywhere, make sure that zoning would allow the use, make sure there aren't sort of major constraints on the site. If you've got some potential candidates, then you want to talk to the community, you want to understand if there's any community concerns, those sorts of things.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. To the extent that staff had those conversations, was there any contemplation of pre-existing services in the ward, the amount of shelter locations in the ward, the amount of residential care facilities, or any discussion about anticipated services in the ward as well? And was there any discussion about that in terms of overarching site selection, encouragement, looking at even city properties? Was it within the staff's lens to also include existing services?
Thank you, Councillor. GM Thorne?
So through the chair, yes, notably from the standpoint of the fact that there are the radial separation distances that I know came up in the delegations in the earlier conversations. Those are part of the zoning bylaw. So yes, in that respect, that was certainly noted and I think was a consideration of the HATS group as they were looking at potential sites. The notion of the existing 300-meter separation distance does preclude a fair number of sites. So I know that was shared with HATS. I know that was something that they certainly took into account.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Councillor Clark, to staff, and I recognize that this question is probably going to be eventually move towards direction to staff to help provide an evidence-based picture of the existing shelter services in our municipality, as well as other social services across the municipality, which I have talked to General Manager Burden and General Manager Thorne about in the past. But in the context of this report, the report also mentions on page 5 that on August 5th, the ECS committee approved adaptation transformation services update, of which it had also included conditional grant to mission services for capital improvement to a new men's emergency shelter and ancillary costs associated with the rental of hotel rooms for expanded temporary emergency shelters for single men and women. I also know that that report included, but isn't listed here, the details regarding the emergency women's shelter at the current former Cathedral High School, which is also located in Ward 3. The mission services that I just referenced also located in Ward 3. And wondering from staff's perspective if that was placed in the context of the conversations around site selections in your deliberations with HATS. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. GM Thorne, GM Burden?
So through the chair, I can speak to it kind of through the planning lens, because it's probably a little bit more sort of black and white through the planning lens, in that the separation distances don't apply to all of those uses that the councillor just listed. It really is between residential care facilities, emergency shelters. I believe correctional facilities is in that list, so it doesn't extend to, something like a methadone clinic or a safe injection site in the planning world. That is simply a medical use. So the separation distances don't apply to those types of uses.
GM Burden, anything to add?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Nan, I would say that we have been focused on working with the HATS group to find a location to be able to bring to council for consideration of the concept. We have not added to some of the earlier delegations the distribution of services equitably across the city of Hamilton as a condition of whether the site is or the location is suitable or not. That has not been, we haven't been looking at it through that lens.
Thank you for answering the question. So equitable distribution of services was not a lens applied, because that's the question that residents have been asking, was not a lens applied in preparation for this report or the work done with HATS to date. And it was purely around conceptual and operational support from housing services. Thank you.
That is correct.
And if I could, through you, Councillor Clark, have staff speak to a little bit about the funding recommendation points to housing services surpluses. Currently, where do those surpluses usually go? And to what's the average surplus on an annual basis right now from housing services?
GM Burden.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Nan. Perhaps I could start by sharing why we have the surplus this year.
That would be good, yep.
I would have to get back to you on average surplus, and there would be reasons for each year. This year, we presented to council and were approved for some expanded capacity in our shelter system. I'll use as an example Cathedral. We had, in anticipation of the need, asked for additional funding for up to 100 beds for Cathedral through the end of March. Yes. And the council had provided approval for 100 beds. Currently, there are challenges with staffing, and we have been unable to operate at more than 67 beds at Good Shepherd because of staffing challenges. So we anticipate not being able to spend the full envelope and would be using dollars from that surplus.
Councillor?
Thank you. And if I recall, Chair Clark, in serving on this committee last term, we often had those housing surplus dollars go towards rent subsidy programs or helping support folks who are currently housed, remain housed, as to avoid having more residents face houselessness. Is that correct? Through you to staff.
GM Burden.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. Yes, and in the report, I'm trying to find the page, there are also alternatives for other suggestions for this year that staff has put as alternatives for the source of, or for the dollars.
You have about 20 seconds left. Do you have many more questions or comments?
I do, but maybe I'll just leave with and then come back on a second time.
Unless your council colleagues wants to yield the floor to allow you to continue since it's in your ward. That's always an option. It's moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson. To give the member an additional 5 minutes. All in favor? We just do hands, or do we have to do the electronic vote, Madam Clerk?
Give me 1 second.
These unexpected motions cause problems for e-scribe. I just want to be fair, that's all. The vote is up, councillors. Wilson to the second. Go ahead, councillor.
It's such a delight, I gotta say, having
scary.
the double Wilsons beside me right now. It's fun. The next question I had, and I lost my train of thought, was in regards to the decision before this committee, and I do honestly appreciate the report back from staff and the request to put it within the context of our overarching housing and homelessness supports framework, and getting a sense of where staff are situating this opportunity for us to support a community-led initiative. The challenge isn't one of the concept in terms of community support for this initiative. It is one in measuring how we as a deliberative body prioritize funding in the context of where those funds would otherwise go. And I'm clear about the difficulty of allocating surpluses that would keep people housed versus allocating those surpluses towards another initiative that would hold people housed, but in a different format. So I would, at the appropriate time, not right now, some of the pieces that I think are really important are the conditions that have been laid out in recommendation AI1. And for fairness of decision-making, I think I would like to see those conditions met prior to a contemplation of funding. I would also like to see if it was possible to get clarity from staff about what ought to be considered, if it was up to staff, in terms of deeming the viability of location. So if staff were given the direction to identify what should be criteria for this type of initiative to succeed, what would that look like from the municipality's perspective in order for us to be a true partner in this initiative and to address some of the concerns that have been stated, not only from the perspective of folks in the community feeling like they didn't have enough information ahead of time, but from the perspective of some of those other criteria we saw come forward from the proponent in terms of proximity to certain things, as informed from folks with lived experience of houselessness, and from the city's perspective, to have an initiative like HATS succeed, what do we know to be the ideal things we would recommend be met as it relates to location? And if I could get that information prior to making this decision, that would enable me to make the most informed decision. And I otherwise struggled to do so today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next speaker is Councillor Alex Wilson. Nope. It says Alex, so.
I don't recall putting myself on the speaking list, so I'm all good.
So Councillor Maureen Wilson then, because there was a Wilson on the speakers list, or Councillor Kretsch, please.
Do you want to speak first, Councillor Wilson? Okay.
It's nice when everyone gets along. It's beautiful. Thank you.
Indeed.
Indeed. Go ahead, Councillor.
So I just want to say a few things. You asked many of my questions, Councillor Nan, so thank you. Look, I'm not really interested in ward boundaries. I understand that your point, right, about there being inequity of services across ward boundaries, but as you know and I know, that ward boundary at Wellington is so imaginary, right? And so I'm hoping that we can have a more holistic approach to the way we understand these things. I'm just going to say, it's my first time being able to talk about this as the Ward 2 City Councillor. And yeah, I just want to say that right off the bat. Like, I do understand and do think that it is important to have services in Ward 2. Like, so much research has been done talking about proximity to services needing to be as close to where people are at and can get as possible. And it's obvious if you are in Ward 2 and live in Ward 2, like, there are folks here. And so those services need to be in proximity to them. I've seen a lot of movement from last year to this year, and I don't want to whittle away, whittle it down to too fine of a point where it's like this thing's got to be absolutely perfect before it can happen. And I think we're getting there in terms of like seeing more robustness, seeing the partnerships that matter, seeing that there are people to hold some of these accountabilities in place. I still think there's some things, but I say that we're a lot farther ahead. And I feel very sad, kind of, to be honest, that this search for a piece of land has dominated this conversation in a really weirdo way. Like, we have, as I've already said, we have thousands of acres of land at our disposal as a city. Now, I get that not all of it's perfect, not all of it, there's just radial separations and, whatever else, too much grass per square foot, whatever. There's all kinds of reasons, right? But I mean, surely there's a way. And so I just find that a hard place to be in. So much about this was politicized with respect to where, that it's delayed the project for such a long time. I'll say that that's folks and I really haven't had a chance to have a conversation. I've been in a couple of meetings. I know some of the folks, but like no one's really approached me to have a conversation about Ward 2. And so I wish that could have happened before now. My questions for staff are like, truly, does this body have it within its power to just let this thing happen at SJM if that's what if the staff are like come back saying, hey, like this is the ideal site, these are the reasons why this is the ideal site. I get there's a radial separation bylaw, but like I'm assuming that this council could be like, yeah, so what, and just do it anyways. Is that correct?
GM Thorne?
So through the chair, setting aside for a minute that it's the school board's land, so obviously requires school board's concurrence. When that site was being considered previously, the radial separation did come into the conversation. It does apply to that site. And what I had indicated back at that time was what we have done previously, or councils have done previously, is direct staff to do non-enforcement of a particular zoning provision. So that would be an option that's available to council. It would only be relevant if what's being proposed to be developed does not require any types of building permits, because of course, if it does, then the zoning cannot be waived. What we have seen to date from the HATS group has not indicated anything that would require a building permit. So that is the one zoning barrier with respect to the SJM site.
Thank you. And I just like staff to be able to just make this choice apolitically. Like I'm not coming here to be like, I'm the Ward 2 councillor, you can put it in my ward. I think that's really gross. And I think that we have to move away from this sense of entitlement about all these things and these spaces and boundaries, and like, it's not my ward. It is Ward 2, where the residents of Ward 2 live, that I am lucky to represent. I need to say that really clearly and loudly, and cloudly, if I must. But I think it would be such a benefit to me in a neutral way if staff could be like, cool, here are some of the like possible sites that we have at hand, right? This one is the best for this reason. Come back with a balanced recommendation on that in the shortest term possible, and like have us make that decision as apolitically as we can. I don't have a motion. I don't have anything else. I just want to say, like, let's do this in a way that makes sense to serve the folks who are going to benefit from this, and so we can kind of cut out some of the shenanigans. Cheers.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think when I did sit in on one of the previous ECS committees last term, I think my comment was I really wish we could shift a little bit. I think site is important in terms of an environmental scan, because one of the delegates did mention trauma, and but I think my comments there was first about what are the principles that best support those we were purporting to talk about here and trying to house, and that's kind of what I'm still struggling with, and that's what I then and now I'm hoping to receive a fully informed, trauma-informed, best housing practice-informed lens in our commitment to all residents, whether they're with a house or with not. So I think to Councillor Nan's request, I would like to see that analysis done. The other thing that would be helpful for me and to hold me accountable through the chair to staff is, and again, new to this committee, understanding the alternatives so that I can be held accountable in that regard. And it is late in the day, but it would be helpful for me if staff are reporting back, if I could have further information on if I'm understanding the alternatives which are set out in page 10. So is it suggesting for $100,000, we could ensure people who may be on the verge of being houseless, that we could secure their housing housing loss prevention and housing placement support, including first or last month's rent, rental or utility arrears for approximately 90 singles, 55 families, or 25 couples at risk of. So what I'm struggling with is they are potentially at risk of being unhoused, but we're going to put money into something for those who are unhoused. Like, I'm just trying to understand this matrix. If our objective is to secure housing, how do we best do that? Would you be able to report, if there is going to be a report back, would there be an opportunity to further flesh out these alternatives so that I can understand them better through the chair?
GM Burden.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the council, perhaps I could take a stab at answering the question, and then I'll defer to Nadia as well.
Thank you.
What we are talking about currently is adding a service, a part of the continuum that we do not currently provide. Tiny shelters is not currently part of the Housing Service Division's plan in terms of the Homelessness and Housing Action Plan. We have heard from HATS several times now. I would say that they've done incredible work in terms of the research.
Yep.
I would say that I am in support of the site selection criteria that they have done. They've done extensive research with other municipalities that have operationalized this. And we do have examples of other municipalities that have added tiny shelters to their continuum. It would not be something that the Housing Service Division would operate, but I think the intent is to look at capacity where it exists, and our experience has been is that HATS has been able to mobilize community capacity. If you are asking whether Housing Services Division has another place for $100,000 a year, we absolutely do. And we do not have the resources currently to meet the existing need. We've gone last year, or this year, we back in August, we talked about the challenges in having to reduce our budget by the $22 million of pandemic support that we had received at a time when the system had been under pressure prior to the pandemic. We didn't have enough resources then. Then we had an infusion of provincial and federal funding during the pandemic. Now that is gone, and yet our community has greater need. And so the report before you, I believe, is really around the concept of whether Hamilton is supportive of having tiny cabins within the continuum, and the opportunity around whether that is a new service or new area of funding that council would support. So I guess I would say that in terms of the alternatives that are on page 10 would be other ways that Hamilton Council can support unsheltered, underhoused, and vulnerable populations that Housing Services team is working daily to support. The tiny cabins is another option that you've heard about today and is before you today.
Councillor.
I appreciate that. Through the chair, I just want to make sure I'm understanding the fullness of that answer. At present, of course, we do not provide that kind of housing, but this proposal, as being, for lack of a better word, crowdfunded from the community, is to be a temporary solution. So did I hear from you that it is being proposed as a piece of our housing puzzle But are you suggesting that it is temporary, or it is a piece of our housing puzzle that we're seeking to fill through this vehicle?
Thank you. GM Burden.
Through the chair to the councillors, I may have misspoken. I am not proposing to add this as a permanent solution. I think the very fact that HATS is before us is, as Nadia has written in the report, it's a failure of our system to address the need. So we're talking about, I think what I meant to say is that we're adding this as a newly funded part, and the recommendations stand in terms of the 3-year pilot.
Okay. Those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wang, if you can just assume the chair so I can make some quick comments.
Yep, please go ahead.
It's surprising to me that we're still have a radio separation bylaw on our books, given that there have been human rights decisions and court decisions that indicates a radio separation bylaw is discriminatory to specific class of residents. And so I think it would be important that at some point our staff meet with our city solicitor and look at those bylaws and understand exactly where we are, and if we deny an application based on a radio separation bylaw, what are the risks in making that declination? My understanding is that this proposal is as a pilot. And when I read and understand that we're really talking about a 1 to 2 year pilot, perhaps 3, but based on the actual chronology here, it looks like it's a 2-year pilot. And I think that's in keeping with the fact that Mr. Curran, I think is how we pronounce his name, has indicated that he's got plans for that property. So, 2 years down the road, he may be saying, okay, it's time to move along. So we need to keep that in mind also, that it's a pilot to understand and test whether or not there is a level of efficacy in adding this transitional housing to our continuum of housing in the city. And that's how I'm weighing it. I understand the concerns, and I'll leave it to my colleague, Councillor Nan, to perhaps propose any amendments to this recommendation. It's clear to me, based on what I've heard today, that the consultation with the local residents has been wanting, notwithstanding GM Thorne's clear suggestion that it would be a good thing to do in terms of consulting with the local residents. That's a bit of a stumbling block for me. I'd also like to have a better understanding, Madam Clerk, with regards to item D. It indicates that any point that this is deemed not viable to proceed, that staff be directed to return to council with a report identifying how the funds would be redirected in alignment with council-approved strategies. So is that what was the intent? Is to go to council, or it comes to ECS and then goes to council? That's just a procedural thing that I'll leave with the clerk to handle. I think there is merit to exploring this pilot. I think there are going to be challenges. But if you don't start the pilot, you'll never know whether or not we can actually overcome those challenges. Some of the fears and trepidations of the residents, and I understand their fears and trepidations, they are really fears and trepidations of the unknown. They don't know what it's going to look like. They don't know how it's going to be managed. All they know is what they have been told through the proponent, and they're counting on us as governors to hold the proponent to account as it moves forward.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Just a couple, 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. So my hope is that we can find a way to make the pilot move forward. And I'm concerned what it will say to the broader community if we are incapable of making that pilot move forward. I'll take the chair back. Thank you, Councillor. Yep. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. And to partially echo some of the comments from Councillor Clark, I think there is large community interest in this proposal, largely because it's also, I think folks see immediate action. And so I think there are multiple pieces there that there's such support. They've done some incredible community engagement. This feels like it's an immediate solution, which is, I think, is appealing to a lot of folks. It comes from community. So I think there's a lot in there raveled up. I do have a question through you, Chair, to GM Burden, if that's all right. And it's just about the alternatives for consideration. I really appreciate those numbers laid out in this report. I do feel a little bit, as Councillor Wilson was kind of getting to, it's hard to, maybe apples to oranges, or maybe that's a bad example here, but just if we just focus on transitional housing, we did have a request from another transitional housing provider this morning or this afternoon earlier in this meeting. Could we get a better sense of, this is $100,000, say in 1 year, this is $100,000 from our city for about 10 small spaces. In terms of, say, with the YWCA, do we have comparative numbers or another transitional housing provider, just so we have a better sense of those alternatives, maybe in the context of transitional housing?
Who wants to, Nadia?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. I should emphasize that this is not transitional housing. So we spoke about the fees earlier from OW and ODSP. Those would be considered program fees to participate in the program, to have this temporary shelter, and to receive the services that HATS have outlined. This would not be considered transitional housing. There are no tenancy rights for individuals who are staying here, so they're not homes in that sense. So the comparison to transitional housing is an interesting one, and we can come back with those dollar amounts that the councillor is requesting. The numbers we see here under alternatives, the first point, for example, is the amount of families, or amount of households, I should say, that have been served through the Rent Ready program, which have been used through our surpluses previously. So if we look at average take-up per household, for every 100K, this is the number of people who would be served. We do anticipate, given the great demand and drawdown from the Rent Ready program, that these are households who would otherwise be prevented. It would help support their housing loss. It prevents it, I should say, and it would keep these households from otherwise accessing shelter. So through the Rent Ready program, a percentage has been administered through the HRIC, and we know that there are a minimum of 20% of those households who identify as Indigenous, supported directly through the agency. So we've looked at the other ways that those savings, the surplus has been allocated to derive these numbers in the alternatives.
Councillor, please.
Thank you, and maybe this will lead to a follow-up question. I guess we heard an upstream metaphor in one of the meetings throughout this week. Apologies, they're blurring together. To borrow that metaphor, acknowledging that it's imperfect in this specific context, because I think as you raise, there's equity considerations. Like an individual is not necessarily the same as any other individual. So number of people is not necessarily the best metric, but in that context of we have folks who are drowning, who are in need of struggle, and their experience is different to someone who's maybe about to fall in. They're both in need. And here, what I'm seeing is that again, this is like a really imperfect metaphor, and I hope we just allow it to have explanatory power, but we can potentially stop 25 people from falling into the lake, or we can throw a lifeboat to 10. I don't know how to ethically weigh those things, and so I really appreciate what some other folks have been doing is to say a little bit more information, but I also appreciate the point Councillor Clark acknowledged regarding there is a lot of community interest and support, and I think our community wants to see progress is something I do agree on, and this has been a very public part so far. So I would really appreciate whether it's transitional housing or maybe I'm using the wrong word, but whatever maybe a better comparator is, I think would help, but I do acknowledge that we're in a difficult place here.
GM Burton? Nadia?
Through the chair to the councillor. Councillor, are you asking what it would cost on an annual basis to support an individual who is unsheltered with, so for example, the wraparound supports that would be required in a different context?
Councillor.
I think I acknowledge my potentially limited understanding of every single potential option given where people's different circumstances can be. And so my ask is what is maybe a better comparator to folks who would be on the HATS client list or folks who might get engaged in the HATS program. Does our city provide services? Because we do provide services for houseless individuals. Those services are just also strapped and there's no capacity in those systems is I guess my understanding. And so I don't know if the better metric is increasing capacity in our existing systems or creating a new system, but I just offered that. If there's no answer right now, I did hear a willingness to provide transitional housing numbers. That could draw the line under this. Just seeing if staff were more knowledgeable, maybe have a better sense of what I should be asking for.
Jim.
Through the chair to the councillor. So when we talk about what is the best place for investing $1 or $100, that is really challenging, and it speaks to even the roadmap discussion where if we had $50 million tomorrow arrive on our doorstep, what would be the very best, most catalytic place across the continuum for our investment? That's something that we're looking to answer for the roadmap piece. I'll give you a couple of numbers and then I'll turn it to Nadia as well. But I think what you're trying to do is how far will this investment go? Recognizing that we don't have adequate resources along any part of the continuum. For example, so we are talking about at 40 unique individuals who are living unsheltered across our community who we would term high acuity homeless. It's not such a great name, perhaps, but the individuals who really require mental health and addiction supports, healthcare, wraparound services. And if we were to look at how the dollar amount, we are looking at program costs of about $50,000 a year per individual. And I think I'll stop there and I'll turn it over to Nadia just so she can talk a little bit about some other services.
Nadia, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So as Angie is mentioning, that the $50,000 is the cost of supporting what we know would be the cost of providing supports for about 100 people, some of whom are unsheltered, some of whom are accessing shelters in and out of our system, for whom we cannot meet their needs as a housing system alone. They're falling between the gaps of the health and housing sectors. So should they have a lease, should they have affordable rent and a place to securely stay, they would not be able to retain that housing with additional supports. However, I just want to unpack the other two alternatives that are there. So we do have investments in intensive case management services in our continuum for individuals to be able to access a certain level of support to maintain their housing, to locate and maintain housing. For many folks, despite that support, it's an affordability issue. So for a portable housing benefit of $350 a month, that gets approximately 23 households over that affordability gap, who then also have some supports in place to meet their level of needs. For those folks, affordability is an issue and realizing their right to housing. And the third is an example. Throughout the pandemic, the federal government allowed us to invest federal homelessness funding in health supports, recognizing the health crisis that was upon us. That ability for us to use federal funds in that way ceases at the end of this fiscal year. So we have been able to put in place, through our intensive case management programs, a temporary one-time investment in health supports that will follow people to their homes and be linked to their intensive housing supports. So to continue that level of investment beyond what our federal funding will allow, that would be at approximately $100,000, would support 15 to 20 clients for whom we would perceive that those health supports are essential for them to maintain their housing. I hope that, I appreciate the councillor's questions to want to understand those nuances more.
Councillor, are you good? Thank you. Councillor Nan, second time speaker, please.
Thank you. And just to clarify for the public record, I've not for a moment said that there's no merit to this pilot. And you know, from last term to this term, agree that the system is not meeting the need right now. And so it is important to work with nimble, innovative, creative solutions in an environment where our residents want to see solutions and want to see people being housed and don't want people to continue to face health risks that are related to being unhoused, and that tents certainly don't provide shelter in that capacity to be safe from the elements of winter. So that said, for the public record, the other piece I do want to say through you, Chair, is, you know, location does matter. And it's unfortunate that over the years, the conversation has been politicized as it relates to location versus looking at location from the perspective of willing partners. If we were in that position just a few months ago, prior to this term of this term of council, those tiny shelters would be in place for this season. And so the struggle here is, rather than, you know, continuing to put burden on volunteers to come up with the best solution for location, I would prefer if city staff could lend a hand here and provide an evaluative report back on the preferred locations that were identified to this committee in the delegation based on the lived experience preferences, right? I saw access to greenery. I saw a number of other things in the nice to haves that I believe can be more easily accommodated than on a tiny little plot that's been generously donated by a private landowner that is butting up against residential homes and a commercial corridor that is also trying to pick up its legs, right? In terms of the Barton Village BIA. So from that perspective, if I could, defer decision on the recommendations here and instead give a different direction to staff, which is to report back in short order with an evaluation of the sites that were previously identified by HATS in the slide presentation today, and bring forward a recommendation that balances those things, not only from a planning perspective. And General Manager Thorne, I really appreciate everything you've brought into the table to date, as well as all of Housing Service staff, in trying to find municipally owned lands that could potentially accommodate this solution. But we've had a willing partner with the Hamilton District School Board expressing their willingness to partner with this organization. So if this really is going to be a community-led initiative, let's let it be a community-led initiative. Let us forge the partnerships of our public institutions to do what might be possible for a better tent city in Hamilton, and enable that instead of restricting it, and recognizing the piece that Councillor Clark mentioned in terms of the limitations of the radial separation bylaw, and this council's willingness to perhaps move beyond that. So I spoke and gave direction at the same time, and I would turn to the chair or clerks for a little bit of clarity around the path forward, given it's a late hour and I'm struggling for clarity.
I'll try to assist. So a motion to defer rather than refer is debatable. If it's a motion to refer and ask a question, then the only thing that's debatable is the instructions on the referral. So I'm hearing that they want to defer it to a future ECS committee meeting, and that it would be appropriate for you to attach to that deferral, Councillor, your directions to our staff to come back to that future ECS committee meeting, and if possible, working with the clerk to find a date, because it is preferable to have a date on these things. Madam Clerk, did I do good?
Yes, perfect, Councillor Clark.
God bless you.
The next meeting, of course, is January 19th. I don't know if that gives enough time to do what needs to be done. We can certainly attach that date to it, or the next meeting in the event that that's canceled.
GM Thorne and GM Burden, can you perhaps provide some insight in terms of what you are being asked to accomplish between now and that time frame?
Yeah, so through the chair, I'll start and then Angie can add to it. And just so we've been at this for a while, and I think if that is the direction, the more parameters we're given, the better in terms of what council's expectations are. For example, I'm hearing that, you know, the issue of the radial separations is not a concern if that is something that is an impediment. And I would note that frankly, we already have a discussion paper out there that's proposing to remove that provision from the zoning. So I'm certainly hearing that one. What would be very helpful is if council had any direction for staff in terms of are there other concentration of uses that are of a concern? And I would say at the top of my list, I would suggest, are we looking at city parks or not? To date, we have not really looked closely at city parks. There are a lot of city parks. They are all over the city. And so is that something that council would entertain as an existing city park being identified? Because I ask it because there were some on the list that HATS had identified. And I wouldn't want to kind of go through the exercise of considering parks if that's a non-starter. Thank you.
GM Burden, anything to add?
Through the chair, to the chair. I agree with my colleague, and I also feel that we have done a lot of work. HATS has done a lot of work as well. There's been lots of research and lots of analysis. One of the concerns that I have heard some of our staff raise is whether we will ever find a site that is something that will be palatable. I know that even when HATS has talked about engaging with faith-based communities, there are volunteers that come, but there haven't been the offers of land amongst the faith-based community, for example. And there have been ongoing concerns about neighborhood and whether that is something that will be palatable to neighbors. And I guess I would like to suggest that if we do this work, it may not be as quick. And so would there be, I'm not sure whether we will have any additional information to bring forward in January beyond the work that my colleague has done. There's been significant work at existing city lands, unless parkland would to be another example or another parameter to be added. And so I'm wondering whether, is it something where we could be making an investment in some of these other alternatives for this winter if we are not able to make a decision on this particular site, because the time goes quite quickly, and I know that the teams are working quite hard to just bring forward additional reports and work. So I guess that's my question in terms of timing for this particular winter season.
Thank you. Councillor Nan, please.
Okay, so I heard staff requesting specificity in terms of the deferral and an evaluation of location to include removal of radial separation as a barrier. I would put on the table very explicitly, find out whether or not SJAM is still a possibility from our Hamilton-Wentworth District School Board partners. I know anecdotally that the development project there or the development plans for that site are delayed. Potentially, we might be able to ramp up quickly and make that happen together. And in terms of the question about city parks or golf courses or other municipally owned lands, that would, I feel like, need to be a wider conversation with my council colleagues, and perhaps I can leave it there for now and bring back the final language at council.
This may not get to council if you defer it here.
I see what you're saying. Okay. So I'll look for some assistance from my colleagues.
Thank you. Councillor Kretsch, please.
If I could ask, just you both said something the same. You said both General Manager Thorne and General Manager Burden both said the same thing. We've already done a lot of work. It seems like what you're saying to me is we're running at a certain pace already here. So we already know a lot of stuff. Asking for a report back could come quickly if you narrow this down for us in terms of the kinds of things you're looking for, or could take a lot longer if you don't. In terms of the quickliness that you're able to deliver it, what is, in your opinion, just so we can start from a place, right? How quick, if it was able to be whittled down to a narrow set of parameters, could you get an answer back about, hey, we think that the following few sites might work. Here's a ranking 1 to 3.
GM Thorne.
The chair's tough. It's a bit of a how long is a piece of string question. I would just say that the clearer the parameters, the narrower the search, the quicker the response time. I don't know how. I mean, if the target date is to have something in front of you in January, we'd have to as a starting point have a fairly narrow focus. If we are going, if anything the city owns is in play, city parks, golf courses, whatever else. It would take some time to figure out what is the rationale for one park site over another. So I would just, all I could say is that, you know, the more we have a better sense from council as to what kind of the key parameters are from council standpoint, we can layer on top of that what we would see from, I mean, I'm speaking here, I've got probably the easier job in terms of a planning standpoint. As I said, it's a bit more black and white, a bit more of a challenge from the housing standpoint. We can layer those on, but it's just a question of how big that starting point is.
Madam Clerk, you had a question or a comment?
Yes, I did. Just to Councillor Nan's point about massaging the language between now and council, she can certainly put forward a motion here for you to consider, and if it's passed, then have an amendment to the ENCS report with more specific language. So there is that time.
Yeah.
Councillor Kretsch?
That's literally what I was going to suggest you do. So thank you for that. That seems like the thing to do, either to defer this to council, you know, or as you said, defer it to the next ENCS. So it's got that place, and then as you say, amend it. So you've already said it. Yeah, makes sense.
So how do we defer to council without a decision?
So we're not deferring to council, or deferring, the idea is you would be deferring consideration of this report pending a report back from staff with the details, and then, you know, sort of set them as far as you can figure that out right now. And then Councillor Nan, presumably, or another member would bring to council an amendment to this ENCS report to broaden or bring more specific parameters for that report back.
So you could lift it from the
Exactly.
information section and then make it a topic for discussion at council.
Exactly.
So,
Councillor Quetch, you still have the floor.
Yeah, I just have one more question for GM Thorne, a very brief question. Maybe it's just to give clarification. When you say parks, I'm just saying this so we can incorporate this in our thoughts and it's on the public record. There are some hilarious parks in Ward 2 that aren't parks, right? Like, I'll leave it there. And so, like, meaning like there are parks that are called parks or that are known as parks, but like I'm not sure anyone uses this space, like, or they're unusable as spaces, so they're not really parks, or I call it, you know, they have nicknames. So I think that the idea of green space is something to maybe think about, where it may be classified as a park, it may not be used as one, and so there might be a sort of a valence there. I can think of two places like Triangle Park in Ward 2, and also, of course, St. Joseph's Park, which is like just a strip of grass with some garbage cans near St. Joseph's Road. I've literally never seen it. I've seen very few people ever use that park as a park space because it's just basically grass with a bench. So, like, that's what I guess I just want to put that out there. You don't have to respond. Just put it out there. Those are parks also.
Okay. Who am I looking to? GM Burden, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the questions that we would have then, based on the conversations to date and the delegations, is where would community engagement fit into the site evaluation?
It's a fair question. Okay, back to Councillor Nan. Are you ready to move a deferral motion? Sorry, I'm not. I'm happy to move on to other items and come back to you if that gives you more time to draft your language.
Okay, maybe I'll come back. Let me just work on the language. I'm really close. I need 2 more minutes.
No problem at all. So we're going to come back to 11.4. We'll move into 11.5 right now, which is the Hamilton Veterans Committee 2023 budget submission, PED 22210 citywide. May I have a mover and a seconder to put the report on the floor? Moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Wang. Any comments or questions on the report? Seeing none, I'll call the question, please. Oops. And the vote is up. And the vote is carried 6-0. Thank you, Councillor. Notices of motion. Councillor Wang, you have a notice of motion that you would like to read out?
I do have a notice of motion. Do I read it out first and then? Okay. Cold alert response. Whereas prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, the winter cold alert response was reliant upon existing capacity within emergency shelters, drop-ins, and other programs serving vulnerable persons. Whereas during the COVID-19 pandemic, due to social distancing and other factors, capacity within these programs was limited. Whereas provincial COVID-19 pandemic funding was available during the 2021-2022 winter season to fund activation of new overnight drop-in spaces to support individuals during a cold alert. Whereas for the 2022-2023 winter season, capacity pressures within existing services remain. Whereas provincial COVID-19 funding ends December 31st, 2022 and will not continue into 2023. Whereas cold alert response was not included within the 2023 Housing Services Division budget. Whereas lack of additional overnight cold alert response could have negative impact on vulnerable persons. Therefore, be it resolved that A, up to a maximum of $125,000 for the cold alert response between December 2022 to March 2023, be funded from any available 2022 Housing Services Division or Healthy and Safe Communities Department surplus or through the Tax Stabilization Reserve number 110046, should a surplus not be realized. B, that staff report back to the Emergency and Community Services Committee in Q2 2023, summarizing whom these funds were allocated and how they were spent in order to address the needs of the community. And C, that the General Manager of the Healthy and Safe Communities Department or their designate be directed and authorized on behalf of the City of Hamilton to enter into, execute, and administer all agreements and documents necessary to implement the cold alert response outlined above on terms and conditions satisfactory to the General Manager of the Healthy and Safe Communities Department or their designate and in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. And D, that consideration of a contribution up to a maximum of $125,000 annually to support a cold alert response be referred to the 2023 council operating budget deliberations to be funded from the operating levy.
Thank you, Councillor. Are you interested in moving this by waiving the rules?
Yes.
So the council wishes to move a motion to waive the rules. I'm happy to second it based on the urgency. We need to have that vote first, councillors, and it's a 2/3 majority is required in order to waive the rules. No problem. And the vote is up. And that carried 6-0. You can now place your motion on the floor. I'd be happy to second the motion, and you now have 5 minutes to comment on your motion.
So for this, this was brought as a little bit of a last minute notice, but as I had listed in the whereas, funding is ending at the end of December, but we are also in winter. And this is, by the time this actually hits the next sort of round of ECS, we may or may not have had cold alert responses. So this is where I would also like to direct to GM Burden to add any additional comments to this.
Thank you. GM Burden, any comments to provide the committee?
Thank you, through the chair, to the committee. We are very supportive of this. I would just have the caveat that we are engaged with community providers, and there are capacity challenges with human resources for the overnight service. So we may or may not be able, we have had conversations. We think we have at least one provider that is able to provide the service, and we would engage with others to see what we can do in that regard. But our ability to offer the service will depend on provider capacity, but it absolutely is something we support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wang?
I think that's it.
That's it. Thank you. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, we'll call the question. The vote is up, councillors. And that vote carried 6-0, unanimous. Thank you. So we are now back to 11.4.
Thank you, Chair. I needed those few moments. If I can, I did email it to Elsie Bates. Through you, that consideration of report 11.4 be deferred until such time that staff can report back to, is it ECS? Yes.
Yes, it is.
On location options publicly, institutionally, or community owned that are not limited to radial separation as a barrier, including Sir John A. Macdonald site, Scott House, Scout. Sorry, my apologies. Scout House.
It's a long day, believe me.
And other city-owned green spaces that are underutilized as active parks that aim to best meet the preferences outlined by HATS.
And it's to the next ECS meeting, and the date of that, Madam Clerk? We just need to have it in that.
The next meeting is January 19th.
You're good. Thank you. Okay.
Moved by
and yours-
myself and
Seconded by
Councillor Cratch.
Councillor Cratch. Thank you. The floor is open for comments or questions on the deferral. Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Maureen Wilson. Go ahead. How rude.
I don't know if procedurally I can ask this because it's not within the domain of the motion. I just want to make sure that I clearly understand. Has there been an analysis of the alternatives that were set out on page 10, provided previously to the ESC committee in their deliberation on this matter?
It's a fair question. GM Burden, please.
Through the chair to the councillor. Councillor, I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure I understand the question, whether there's been an analysis of the alternatives?
Yes.
So the Housing Services Division is putting those forward as services that are part of the Housing and Homelessness Action Plan and are part of the way that we support residents there. I don't know what the words would be. Nadia, do you want to talk about evidence-based?
Nadia, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So these are supports that currently are within our approved community plan for investments in homelessness. They're simply points in the system that are strapped where we know that we are also struggling to meet the needs, where we see greater take-up than we have resources for. But they're not new interventions. They're things that we're already doing.
Yes, thank you. I think I understand that point, that they're not new. What I'm struggling with, again, I think in fulfilling my responsibility, is understanding those are our said commitments. And whether when we're assessing this, whether we are in keeping with our said commitments that are already set out in a policy document that this municipality has said is going to guide us in our housing and homelessness strategy. So I'm wondering whether that has been, or was it the intention of staff to assess this once you come up with these criterias of success, whether so that we can make so at least I can make an informed decision that this investment is in keeping with what I'm supposed to be held accountable to in the housing and homelessness strategy. Does that make any sense?
I think what I heard you say is, are we assessing or have we assessed the proposal against the alternatives?
Yes. Much better. That's way more succinct. Thank you.
I'm not as tired as you thought. Nadia, go ahead, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, we do attempt to address, I recognize the report is coming late. We do attempt to address that question in this report on where this intervention fits within the current commitments in the Housing and Homelessness Action Plan. In terms of investments and focus on permanent housing with supports, yet recognizing that there is momentum in the community, there is this identified unmet need. So we do try to address that from a policy perspective on where this would fit in. And it is seen as a temporary emergency response that would, we would try something new in the community to support existing emergency response investments. But happy to come back with further information.
GM Burden.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Wilson. I think that is the difference with tiny shelters, in that it is a community intervention that's not part of our homelessness and housing action plan, and it would be a pilot in response to unprecedented need and the current gap to be able to provide other alternatives. I think even HATS would say that they wouldn't want this to be the end state for any one individual, nor would we want to see this as a need for our community. We want to be focused on ending homelessness. So beyond that, in terms of an analysis, I don't think there is one, other than this is something that we could trial as a community in terms of whether this then is, in an evaluative pilot mode.
Councillor Wilson.
So if I could further understand, if I can go to the report, you set out a number of, thank you. I'm just trying to understand better those, for lack of a better word, and I can't find it, the conditions, if you will, of who will be served by this tiny homes proposal. And I am concerned there was considerable reference made to a partnership with the Hamilton Regional Indian Center. But then I was not advised of the site selection. Was it informed in the surveys by people who identified as Indigenous? And I'm wondering, we also heard about trauma, ensuring that the intake of people doesn't do anything to further add trauma to a life that's already maybe been traumatic. I'm trying to understand chicken and the egg and who, how are we going to know who's going to be selected? When does that come in this?
Thank you. Jan Burden.
Through the chair to the councillors. So one of the things that's critical is that should council approve this concept, we would not want to serve an individual who is already accessing services through our shelter system or another part of the continuum. We would be, and we've chatted with HATS about this, that we would want to ensure that the individuals did not have any other options and were not currently being served, and that it would be filling a gap in our services rather than competing for existing services. In terms of the trauma-informed perspective and a trauma-informed lens, the Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelter is a newly incorporated organization. They are a group of volunteers who are partnering with agencies within the community, as we've mentioned before, who would be interacting with residents with the expertise that they bring to other services as well. So it would be St. Joe's, it would, when our social navigators would go out. So it would be, it's known individuals within our community who would be providing those services and interacting with the individuals there.
Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nan, we're ready to go? Thank you. Okay. We'll call the question, please.
E-scribe doesn't like this question.
Doesn't want to work late.
There we go. Councillor Clark and Councillor Wilson. Oh, no.
And that vote carried on a vote of 5-1. Thank you. We are now moving on. There are no motions and no general information. Councillor Kretsch, please. Oh, yes, I forgot about that. My apologies. Go ahead,
Okay,
sir.
an item of new business. It's only raising it here simply because I could have probably raised it when the delegation came up, but then Dr. Councillor Clark and Councillor Clark says, well, you could raise it later. Okay, so here we are. I was going to find it. Sorry, I logged myself out of something. I want to move that the funding request from the YWCA's delegation today of $3.15,800,000 be brought forward through the 2023 budget process, and that reporting on this through that process be done in consultation with the YWCA. And I will be sending that right to you, so you have exactly that wording.
Thank you.
That's my motion.
Thank you, and that's appropriate as it was an item that was dealt with today. Who was your seconder? I'm sorry.
Councillor Nan.
Thank you.
It's not coming to me.
I sent to you on WebEx.
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry, I was waiting for an email.
Email. Do you want email? Is it easier?
No, I've got it.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Are there questions? Were there questions?
Any further questions or comments?
No.
Seeing none. That carried 6-0. I'd like to ask for a mover and a seconder to adjourn the meeting. Councillor Wang, such enthusiasm for that motion. Councillor Alex Wilson seconding it. All those in favor, please vote or give me a
Sorry.
thumbs up.
Alex Wilson was the,
Seconder. Thank you. I do want to thank our staff for hanging in so long and councillors. I know it was a very long day.
for Alex Wilson. Oh, there we go.
We are adjourned. Thank you.